kind of a funny hockey story. So this kid, he's this mouthy kid that I got, and I really like him. Like, he's really yappy, just attitude, but he's little.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. The hour's upon us. We have quorum. Everyone's in attendance. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would please ask that you ensure your cell phones are on silenced mode. We are going to start this afternoon with our budget committee. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I would note that the capital budget has been circulated and will be discussed at the October 27th meeting. So we all have the binders before us today for review, but that's just so we can study up for October 27th when we'll be making our decision regarding the capital budget. The agenda is before us. Do we have any additions or changes to the agenda? Seeing none, I would ask for a mover and a seconder to carry the agenda. Seeing Councillor Michelli and Councillor Taylor, all those in favor? The agenda is carried. Do we have any declarations of pecuniary interest this afternoon? Seeing none, we will carry on to the first item in our agenda, presentation by Heather King, CEO of Norfolk County Public Library. Is Heather in attendance in person, or will she be joining us digitally this afternoon?
Okay.
Okay, I think we're just getting our audio set up there. I see the chair of the library board, Adam Berry. Hello, Adam. And we'll just give you a moment to get set up there. I did want to mention that there is a 10-minute time limit on presentations. We do, however, anticipate to go slightly over that with our first two presenters. However, I'd ask that you be as concise as possible, as we do have quite a bit of business to get through this afternoon. So having said that, Heather and Adam, when you're ready, you can begin your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, just making sure. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm gonna, I guess, happily present the staff report, or the NCPL report about, the budget request that we've had to look for a 10% reduction. So we know that council has everything, so I'm not gonna go through every single line because that is just, there's a lot of figures and things, but anyways, I just wanted to, again, thank you for the opportunity, and we'll cut right to it. So for the last 8 months, we've had a special committee of the Norfolk County Public Library Board meeting to discuss the request to look for 10%. We've met half a dozen, maybe 8-10 times, I don't know exactly, but several times. And we've come up with, there's, I guess, 6 tasks that we wanted to accomplish. And we've done all of them over that time. So creating a new revenue stream, developing partnerships to help offset our costs, reviewing operation budgets and capital budgets, developing a community engagement strategy, developing a social return on investment report, and negotiating with Norfolk County Council, which is what we're doing now. A 10% reduction is extremely difficult to find within the library budget. It's already run on a very razor-thin margin. Every dollar that the library spends goes directly to providing service to the community. So there's not really any excess in the budget or in the operations. Everything that we do, every cut we make is going to actually be felt by the public. So we took this very seriously, and we went through as many scenarios as we could through our meetings on the budget committee and as well as at our board meetings. Just to sort of provide a quick update on where we were with the other request, which was to balance out our library reserve fund. That's been achieved, and in fact, there's a balance now of $52,827 that is positive, and that's due to just some of the, I guess, COVID-related savings and different things we've been able to do. And also with the COVID savings, in an effort to help our budget as we progress, we've hired a development coordinator. That's a new position for the library. It's a temporary position. We've never had that before on account of typically fundraising for operations is not something that a library would do. The library system has fundraised in the past, but all those fundraising dollars have been for, I guess you could call them value-added special one-offs. So in Port Dover, for example, we're building a reading garden. They've done similar projects in Delhi, Dolly Parton Library, these things. So having a development officer is a new step because now we are in a situation where we are fundraising for operations. So you'll see on page 3 of your of the report just how everything is spent in each of the branches. I won't go through that in any detail unless there are questions later, but to present it, you know, it's all there to show you exactly how we are going to come to the decisions that we've come to and the proposals. So we'll skip ahead, I guess, into our page 6, please, for our community engagement campaign. So this was done in response to the request to trim that budget. We wanted to know what the public thought and where the users of the library saw the most value, and some ideas that perhaps staff and the board wouldn't have thought of on its own. So those results are all included in detail as an appendix at the end of this report. But basically the highlights are halfway down. You know, maintaining the budget was what the public wanted as far as the collection, development, and reserves. You know, we've decided that we're going to maintain the cost of living allowance in step with what Norfolk County, you know, raises its staff every year. Again, the fundraising focus, you know, it came through the survey that maintaining service as much as possible was very important, like regular service throughout all branches. We've been working on a customer service pop-up in Port Rowan to help with some of those operating hours, as well as you know, alleviating some of the needs for service out there that's going to come from closing the Langton site. Is that a throat clear for me? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Was? For me? Doesn't matter.
No.
Carrying on. We're eliminating a management position and we're looking for efficiencies wherever we can find them. So one of the ways that we've done that is we've also gone through our social return on investment, which is on page 7, begins on page 7. This is based on you know, your typical return on investment studies that would be done, except that it's trying to quantify the value of the social impact that the library makes. And as we all know, you know, quantifying or putting a value on sort of soft services and social benefits is not an easy task. But what we've used is the industry standard, so to speak, for measuring the economic and the hard value of library services. So it's the best tool that there is right now. So the next couple pages just show you the methodology on how those values are calculated. And again, we can answer questions on those, but I won't go through step by step how those equations are done. But what I will draw your attention to, please, is page 10, which are the sort of end results, I suppose, of this return on investment. So based on the equations that are utilized in this management tool, you know, we're showing that there's for every dollar that Norfolk County puts into the library, that we're generating $7.13 value, with a total economic benefit of 18 million. Well, let's call it almost 19 million in community impact. And again, we can answer questions about those details. I'll probably hand it to Heather for that in the interim, not the interim, at the end, if you'd like. So the important bones of this thing is our budget reduction scenarios. So beginning on page 11, what we've done is we followed council's direction in the sense that we've looked for 10. You know, and it's not findable without a significant reduction in service. What we were also hoping to present to you were more manageable 5 and 8% budget reductions to show that, you know what, there's another plan that doesn't have to hurt quite so much for the public. So again, the 5% decrease is 144,000. The details are in there. So just to sort of explain how the rest of it works, the 8 and the 10% reductions are just built on top of this. So everything in the 8 is in the 5 plus 3% more, and everything in the 10 is the 8% plus 2 more. You know, when I say that things are going to be painful at the 10%, you know, we're talking about a significant reduction in service to the public. fewer hours, fewer programming opportunities, and certainly less staff support. On behalf of the board, I do want to stress that that's a very not good situation from the board's perspective. We would really hope that the 10% is reconsidered. Like I say, every dollar that is spent is spent on service for the public. There's no fat to trim. So, I'm hoping that you've heard maybe from the public a little bit on this, and that we can look at that 10% and keep us working at a full complement and keep our hours at least where they are, and make some of those other cuts. The 5% would be where we'd be aiming, certainly, and hope that you will reconsider that 10% amount. I guess, so I'll just skip down to the page 15 conclusion. We've completed the task as requested, or as directed, I guess you could say. Every scenario is not ideal for us. I just want to be, again, clear on that even if we get it down to 5%, I don't think that that's going to be cause for any celebration at the board table or with staff. This is still a dire situation, and we're taking it very seriously, as I think we've shown through the amount of work as volunteers on the board have done to try to come up with an alternative, as well as the community participating in our focus groups and our survey projects. So what we're looking for today is some direction on where that percentage reduction is going to be, and so we can plan to implement that for January 1st. That's it for the talk, I guess, and if there are questions, we'll gladly answer them.
Well, thank you, Adam, for your presentation. I think I'd like to perhaps begin the questions with just asking for a little bit more information about how the library board came to their decision. Because I know, being a board member myself, there was quite a bit of conversation about how to impact the fewest amount of users of our library groups. And members of the public will see contained in the report, there are specific branches that are mentioned, but I thought for everyone's benefit and for some transparency, I was hoping for a little bit more commentary on how the board came to their decision, and what sort of thought processes were displayed during that difficult board meeting.
Yeah, so the overall, I guess, takeaway from that board meeting, or the effort that we were making, was to, of course, impact the fewest number of people who used the library. That was first and foremost. It was all about people coming through the door. So Norview is our, I guess you could say by population, our least trafficked branch. So that was, if we're going to have to reduce a branch, that's the one. And we were able to figure out ways that we can still provide some service to Norview by registering them for the homebound service, and as well as donating some, discarded, for lack of a better term, books here, so they can still have some sort of library. We're just removing the staff service. So that was one. So that was a hard one. We were trying to avoid an outright closure of any of the 5 main branches, although that was discussed, because if we have to keep going down this road in future years to make cuts, there's going to be a branch closure. We can't continue to make cuts without that. So we looked at that. We looked at how many people were going to each branch in total, but also, daily and by the hour. And, we had some discussion about, okay, so do we start removing days from the libraries that have the least amount of traffic? And no, we decided we would, spread out the cuts as evenly as possible. The board also concluded rightly that it's hard to make closures 2 days in Simcoe because of how disproportionately higher the traffic is there than even the other 4. Like, even on a statistical basis, it's so much higher traffic in Simcoe that we really can't reduce hours there. So those hours are going to be felt in the other 4 branches that remain. So that's Delhi, Port Dover, Waterford, and Port Rowan. And also, Simcoe has a little bit of a different consideration because it is the home base of operations. So these are all things that factored into how these decisions were made and how we could impact. Again, it was about impacting the fewest number of patrons first and foremost, and then from there, once we determined who was going to be impacted, we went to what those impacts are going to be. So that was the process of how we cut these numbers down.
Thank you for that context, Adam. You answered my question directly. For members of committee, do we have any questions for Adam Berry, Chair of the Library Board, or Heather King, CEO of Norfolk County Public Library? I'm seeing Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. Adam, first of all, I just want to say that I was pretty impressed with 814 surveys completed in 19 days. And just going to the chart on page 3, the question, Waterford being similar sized population as Delhi catchment area, why is it salaries and wages are $20,000 more in Waterford, and then utilities and winter maintenance is like $8,000 more than the other libraries?
That's an excellent question. I'm going to give that to Heather because I have no idea. Just give me 1 second. Heather's here to my immediate right.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. And to, first of all, respond to the wages, it's based on the length of employment in years that the staff that are working at each of those branches. So Delhi has a staff that is much newer to the organization and are at the bottom of the salary grid, where Waterford has staff that has been with us for a long period of time and is at the higher end of the salary grid. So that's the difference that you see in those two numbers. And the hydro expenses and utilities in Waterford are a concern to us. It's primarily based on the architectural building itself and the design, which is not energy efficient. And it is also because we are using baseboard heating in some of the areas. And we have had some issues with things like pipes freezing in the winter. So it has taken extra utility costs to ensure those things don't happen any longer.
Thank you. Let's hope we don't designate that building in time.
Okay, well, with that, do we have any more questions of committee? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Thank you, Adam and Heather, for the presentation and attached information. I wondered if you'd be able to elaborate on some of the goals, the tasks that you set for yourself. One of the first one mentions the revenue stream and the creation of fundraising and donations. And are you able to just comment on how that's going?
Yeah, sure. So it's early days, so I can't give a overall assessment, but we're pleased with the progress. So our fundraising coordinator is Aaron Gautreau. So when I refer to Aaron, that's who I'm speaking of. The fundraising progress that Aaron's made has been good. He's already got some revenue in for an Adopt a Book campaign that he's developed. So we're pleased with that. And then we've also had some discussions, and I say we, he and I, and then he, Heather, and I, about, and I think the whole board was here for one, yeah. So we've talked with Aaron about a few different ideas that he is already researching and building on. So it's been, I don't think it's even been quite a month since Aaron's been hired, but so far, yeah, he is making money already and making progress on some planning. So we're quite pleased with him.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Adam or Heather, the comments regarding the reserve fund and the balance sitting in there, is that directly from COVID-related savings, or do you anticipate that there's something you have done or will be able to continue to do to carry on that pattern in future years, or is that from your perspective right now just really a one-off related to COVID?
Yeah, I'm going to pass the budget questions back to Heather.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. The surplus that you see in the budget for reserve funds is actually an operating surplus from 2019, and it does not include any impact from COVID. We are also anticipating an additional surplus at the end of 2020, and that would be directly due to the shutdown that occurred during COVID and the savings in wages. And we do plan that this will be our future going forward, that we are planning to be able to support the fund, the reserve fund, and keep it growing for future projects.
Thank you very much. One more, if I may, Budget Chair, through you to probably Heather, but either one of you, the lease option. So the Port Dover, Heather, we spoke about the lease agreement through the Grand Erie District School Board. When you look at a location like Waterford, due to its age of the building and the hydro and other associated fees, are there any other similar partnership agreements that you would be interested in pursuing to find some efficiencies through buildings? Is that something that is a positive relationship with the library and the Grand Erie District School Board, and you'd look to have that mimicked elsewhere, or can you provide any comments on that?
Yes, we do have a facilities committee that is directly looking at the Waterford branch and what the future of that site and location and building really is. And as you've indicated, we have had a discussion with the Grand Erie District School Board about a potential partnership in Waterford. Unfortunately, COVID has shut down those discussions and any other discussions that we have planned for the near future. So I think it is something that we're going to have to tackle in 2021. We are concerned about the not overall condition of the building, but the cost of running that building. So we are in a good partnership with Norfolk County Facilities Division as well, and are looking at things like replacing lighting. The windows have been updated. We're also looking at an update of a washroom facility, and of course looking at any grants and financial help that we could bring together to make that a reality.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of committee? Seeing Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Ian. It's the one here on page 6 where it talks about introducing adult page positions versus other ways to handle that situation. What is the advantage there of having adult pages versus student pages, I guess it is?
So the student pages will still be there, Councillor Columbus. Those adult pages will replace staff that is retiring, and basically we're going to eliminate the positions that are retiring and create new positions, and the page positions are in at a lower salary.
Thank you.
They're not as, so to clarify, they're not as qualified as the staff positions that we have now. But in order to make the savings, we're going to downgrade that service.
Looks like that satisfied Councillor Columbus's question. Do we have any further questions of committee? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. I'm not sure that this is so much a question. I just do want to comment that having sat in on the library budget committee meetings, I just want to commend them on the excellent job that they have done in finding savings at all three of the percentage levels that they have presented to us today. So I just want to say that was a very good job.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli. Sounds like our chair of the library board appreciates that comment. Was there any further response that you wanted to provide, either from you or Heather?
Response to Councillor Michelli? No, thanks again, Tom, I guess.
It's good enough for me there.
Okay.
So are there any other questions of committee for our library board? I'm seeing Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask the other question. There's 3 scenarios laid out here. Council asked for a 10% reduction. I was expecting 3 scenarios on how to achieve the 10%, not 3 different scenarios on other options of not achieving the 10%. Do you have any comments on that?
Me? Yeah, so I don't know. We were never asked for 3 scenarios on reducing the 10%. We were asked to look for, and we did. And we also wanted to demonstrate that those would be extremely difficult to achieve without a significant reduction in service. So we opted to show council that maybe there were, compromised ways we could do that, where we could still provide the same level of service but make some cuts. And that's where we landed as a board, and that's what we pursued and wanted to present to you today.
Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And seeing Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to Councillor Van Passen's point first, at the end of the day, we wouldn't have any direction on how they allocate that reduction in funds, right? So that would be up to the board. It would just be a dollar value from us, and whatever we chose, they would then have full discretion over how they allocated those cuts. So really, it's just a scenario that they've presented, but ultimately, at the end of the day, they could choose to go a different route or place cuts in different areas. Not that the clerk's gone, but I was going to have him elaborate on that a little bit further. Andy, did you have anything else that you wanted to add on that in terms of the... Oh, well, okay. While he's doing that, I guess the next question would be, what is the square footage, total square footage, Heather, of all of the branches?
That's a question that I'm not prepared to answer with an accurate number. I can give you estimates for each facility if you want to, and we can just add them up as we go. Is that what you would like?
Sure.
Okay. So if we start with Delhi, 7,200 square feet. Port Dover, 8,800 square feet. Port Rowan, I'm going to guess at 4,000 square feet. Simcoe, 22,000 square feet. In Waterford, I'm going to guess again, it's around 6,000.
So when you look at, like in section, I mean, did we compare that square footage to sort of the summary of guidelines that you have on page 5?
Yes.
And do you have any comments as to how we fit, all of the libraries fit within those guidelines?
Right, we incorporated the guidelines as a way, I guess, as a baseline measurement. And this was something that the subcommittee wanted to see to answer that question. Do we have too many library branches currently in Norfolk County? So their RUPLO guidelines are set out for all across Ontario, and we are a member of a RUPLO, so we have access to this information. And we have followed within the medium to large library systems. Port Rowan might be on the smaller side, but as far as the other guidelines of number of staff that work in the building, as well as the collection, we are definitely following the medium to large sizes that are outlined on your chart. And it also works for catchment area.
Sorry, so in terms of the collections, we're following the large guidelines, even though it's meeting the medium guideline in terms of population? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is if you look at the library branch as a whole and how it follows within all of the different areas to check off, That's where all of our libraries are medium, except for Simcoe, where we classify as a large center, and it starts out with population that you're serving or your catchment area.
Okay, and then how do the rest of the metrics compare in there? Because there's not a lot of discussion in terms of the collections and so on. And I guess, one of the thoughts, especially as we're in this kind of new time with COVID, in terms of moving, a little bit more towards online materials and how that might impact going forward. So when you look at the number of items in the physical collection, do we fall within that range then? For most of them would be within the medium category?
Yes, so on page 4, at the very top of the page, the second item is titles per branch. So if you take that number and then you compare it to the chart on page 5, that's where you see that we fall within the medium to large branches, and it's also correlated to the population that we serve. So we are right on target for where we need to be.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. I did hear earlier a question posed by Mayor Chop. It was directed towards Andy Grizel, but at the time he was juggling some microphones. We were just looking for a staff response regarding the independence of the library board. As I see it, council would set a budget, and then it would be the board's decision as to how to allocate those funds. So we're just looking for a confirmation as to that process, Andy.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, that would be correct. And part of the reason for that is that council can't ban certain books or something like that. So you can't tell the library what books to buy, essentially. But so you set the budget, then the library makes the operational decisions.
Thank you for that response. Did that satisfy your question, Mayor Chop? Do we have any further questions of committee? Seeing Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at page 13. Right at the bottom of that pink chart, it talks about salaries, benefits, and operating. And it talks about closing all branches for 3 Saturdays per year, Victoria Day, Civic Holiday, and Labor Day, weekends. And then the part that I'm questioning is reduce 3.5 hours per week at Delhi, Port Dover, Port Royal, Waterford branches. Is that every day? Is that only on those holidays, those long weekend holidays, or is that throughout the whole year? I take it it's throughout the whole year. I just need clarification.
To answer Councillor Columbus's question, that would be 52 weeks out of the year. All 4 branches would be closed 3.5 hours a week.
And what days would that be you're thinking about to make that happen?
We have looked at the attendance, and it would most likely be a Wednesday or a Thursday. And our preference would be we would be closed during the day and then open in the afternoon and evening to allow the majority of our residents to come and visit us at that time.
So you'd be closed in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Do we have any further questions of committee? All right, seeing none. As this is a presentation, we do not need to have a mover or a motion to receive it as information. However, we were presented with a document containing budget reduction scenarios that has been provided by our library. I would be looking to see if we have a mover and a seconder to receive that portion of the report as information, or if someone would like to propose an alternative. I believe the intention here is for us to receive this presentation as information and to actually make our decision regarding the capital budget for our library at the October 27th meeting. However, if it is in the interest of time and if there is an appetite at Budget Committee, we could make that decision today. However, it would require a mover and a seconder to have that motion placed onto the floor for debate. So having said that, do we have a mover and a seconder to receive the budget reduction scenario report or propose an alternative? Seeing Councillor Taylor, what are you moving, sir?
Receive as information.
And do we have a seconder to receive it as information? Councillor Columbus. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question to receive the budget reduction report as information. All in favor? That is carried unanimously. We will now move on. Thank you, Adam, and thank you, Heather, for being with us. We'll look forward to October 27th when a decision will be made regarding the capital.
Thank you, sir.
At this time, we will now move on to our second presentation, Peter Simcoe, Watson and Associates Economics Incorporated, regarding the draft water and wastewater rate study. This is in reference to staff report CS 20-28. So with that, we'll see if our presenters are able to hear us and communicate. Can I get some comment from the television there? Can you hear us, Peter?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me as well?
I can. And I'll remind you that you'll have over 10 minutes to present your information. I imagine there's a lot to get through, so I'll let you commence.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So what I will do now, if I may, I will share my screen just so we can step through the presentation that was prepared for the meeting today. And if I could just get confirmation that you can see my screen, please, which is the title slide of the presentation.
We can see it. You may just want to see if you can advance to your first slide before presenting.
So I just advanced forward one slide.
There's a slight delay, but you have control.
Perfect. So I'll try to be cognizant of the slight delay that we have, and thank you very much for having me. So good afternoon, and this presentation will provide a high-level overview of the water and wastewater rate study that our firm was retained to prepare for Norfolk County. We have worked with county staff over a course of a number of months in preparing this analysis, and a draft report providing the full details of the analysis has been circulated to council together with the agenda package. And so again, this presentation will provide a high-level overview of the methodology that we utilized in undertaking the rate study, the key inputs into the rate study process, as well as a discussion of the findings and the resultant ratepayer impacts. So on the next slide, and I think it's just about turned over, just before we get started, I think I wanted to provide a quick summary of the rate structure that is currently used by the county to recover the costs of water and wastewater services. That rate structure comprises two major components, that being a monthly base charge that varies with meter size, as well as a volumetric charge that is applied to the volume of water used as measured by the water meter that's installed on individual properties. There are also a number of special charges which are listed towards the bottom of this current slide for things like bulk water sales, septic and holding tank waste disposal, leachate treatment, as well as standby charges. So before we get into the discussion of the rate study analysis itself, I'm just going to start with a high-level overview of the methodology that we utilize in undertaking this type of study. So starting in the top left corner, you'll see the growth forecast. And that is both in terms of the number of new customers that may connect to the systems in future years as a result of development in the county, but also in terms of the amount of water consumption and wastewater flows which that customer growth will translate into. The growth forecast informs how many customers and how much water consumption the total costs of the system will ultimately be shared amongst. Now, with the additional growth, there may also be the need for infrastructure upgrades or expansion. And so the growth forecast, to some extent, also informs the capital works requirements that will be required in the future. And many of these growth-related needs have been identified through the development charges study that the county completed last year. Other drivers from a capital renewal and replacement standpoint are the legislative changes that may require updates to treatment or monitoring processes. There may be localized issues with infrastructure, as well as general asset management planning related to the assets that are providing services. So these capital works requirements are then translated into a 10-year capital budget forecast. And relative to that capital budget forecast, we are looking at various financing options, such as development charges for the growth-related components of the capital budget forecast, utilizing debt to mitigate large rate spikes and financing bigger expenditures over a longer term, as well as any grant funding that may be available from senior levels of government, as well as reserves and reserve funds. And ultimately, as a result of the financing decisions that are made with respect to that capital budget forecast, there may be some capital-related expenditures that result from that, such as debt servicing costs, for example, which then flow through to the operating forecast as the principal and interest payments have to be made. And then in addition to the capital-related expenditures, we also have the operating forecast, which includes things like salary costs, external contracts, utility costs, materials and supplies, and so on that are related to the provision of these services. And then finally, because the capital needs tend to be lumpy, I'll call them, in nature, in the sense that there may be years with a few bigger projects and then perhaps a number of years with relatively low capital investment needs, we utilize the capital or life cycle reserves as a stabilizing mechanism, building relatively constant annual contributions to the life cycle reserves from the operating budget, and then drawing on the reserves as needed to pay for capital needs in any particular year. And so finally, once we bring the capital and operating forecasts together, as you see at the bottom of the slide, together with the consumption and user forecast, we can calculate the rates that would be required to support the program and service provision. So moving on to the next slide here, I believe that has flipped over. The customer growth forecast that we developed for the rate study was based on the county's 2018 development charges background study. And on that basis, we are expecting to see approximately 130 additional residential customers connecting to the water and wastewater systems annually. The growth forecast that was identified also included a modest amount of higher density residential growth, and we have assumed that this would translate into approximately one additional high density residential customer annually on average. And then finally, based on the expected employment growth over the next 10 years, again, as identified in the development charges background study, the customer forecast also includes approximately 2 to 3 additional non-residential customers that would be connecting to these systems on an annual basis. And so then on the next slide, which I believe now has turned over, the 10-year forecast of water consumption is based on 2019 levels of consumption and then adjusted for the anticipated customer growth by type as summarized on the previous slide. And so overall, we would expect that total water consumption is going to increase by approximately 0.6% annually, which is a fairly modest increase, and that would result in an overall increase from about current demand of about 2.9 million cubic meters currently to about 3.1 million cubic meters by 2030. You can also see, in addition to the blue line, which represents the water consumption, you also see the orange line, which is the lower line on the chart, that represents the water consumption that's associated with wastewater billing. And that is identified separately because there are customers connected to the municipal water systems that have private septic systems and aren't discharging waste directly into the wastewater collection system. So here on the next slide, titled Asset Inventory, we are summarizing the infrastructure assets that enable the county to provide water and wastewater services. And as we can see, the total value of water and wastewater assets that has been identified, and this includes the treatment facilities, the pipes, excuse me, water hydrants, water meters, and so on, is approximately $716 million. I would like to point out that the asset inventory valuation that's identified on this slide is an estimate, which is based on the expectation of how the service delivery model for water will change in the coming years. Specifically, we have assumed that the county will proceed with a central water supply system, as well as the required interconnections to facilitate water distribution throughout the county. And so this also means that eventually a number of the existing assets, such as the existing water treatment plants and wells, could be decommissioned. And so relative to that asset inventory, we have estimated the average annual life cycle needs, which are based on the life expectancies of the different assets, as well as different asset components, their respective replacement costs, and useful lives. And so based on these estimates, approximately $17.1 million in annual capital funding capacity should be included in the rate structure design to ensure the sustainable management of these important assets, as well as the county's ability to continue providing safe and reliable water and wastewater services into the future. So before we turn our attention to the capital and operating forecast and the resultant rate forecast, I would like to note that there were two scenarios that we developed and are fully detailed in the draft rate study report. A number of the slides that will follow this will compare these two scenarios in different capacities, so I just wanted to mention it here. So firstly, we have scenario A, which has been designed to provide very gradual rate increases while achieving full life cycle funding by the end of the forecast period, so by 2030. And then we have scenario B, which was designed to achieve that same endpoint, which again is the full life cycle funding of capital by 2030, but with steeper rate increases in the first couple of years to accommodate the existing policies with respect to fully funding committed debt obligations. In other words, the funding that would be required to pay for debt servicing costs is built into the rates under scenario B right away when the decision to proceed with the project is made, which can be a couple of years earlier than the actual debt payment begins. So that's just to explain the main difference between the two scenarios. These next two slides I will touch on very quickly, as we will see very similar information presented a few slides from now. So we're looking at a slide titled Water Capital Needs, Uninflated. And this chart illustrates the capital needs that have been identified for water services over the next 10 years. So these are the bluish bars for each year of the forecast period. And the chart also shows the average of those 10-year needs, and then shows the long-run average annual life cycle costs, which are the two solid horizontal lines across the top of the bar, of the chart. And then the two dotted and dashed lines below illustrate how we are proposing to close the annual infrastructure funding gap over the forecast period under the two scenarios. So you'll see that from our starting point in 2021, on the left-hand side of the graph, you'll see that the two dotted and dashed lines converge to those long-run average annual life cycle needs by the end of the forecast period. But the top line, which is the dashed line, gets there a little bit faster, or gets there a little bit closer to that long-run sustainable funding amount earlier on in the forecast period. And so that's that scenario B with the steeper rate increases initially. So we have a very similar illustration here for the wastewater capital needs, with one difference being that the long-run average annual life cycle needs that are illustrated with the solid purple line at the top are quite a bit higher than the specific capital needs that have been identified for the next 10 years. So we're looking at long-run life cycle annual funding needs of about $8.9 million versus an annual average of about $2.3 million, which has been identified with specific capital projects in a 10-year forecast. But again, to ensure that long-run financial sustainability, the rate structure was designed to reflect the full life cycle costs. So that's that top purple line, not just the specific needs that have been identified for the next 10 years. The table on the next slide here provides a summary of the capital funding plan, which indicates that the main sources of funding for capital needs that have been identified include reserve funds, and that's both the rate-supported reserve funds, which is the second last line in the table, as well as development charge reserve funds, which is the third line in the table. So those would be the development charges reserve funds being utilized for any growth-related needs that have been identified over the forecast period. And so together, the reserve fund funding represents approximately 29% of the required funding needs for water and about 60% of the required funding needs for wastewater. External borrowing will be a significant source of financing over the next 10 years, especially with respect to water services, where approximately 65% of the total capital needs that have been identified for the 10-year forecast period are anticipated to come through debt financing. And then that proportion that's proposed to be funded through debt on the wastewater side is somewhat lower at about 39% of the total capital needs. And then the remaining funding is expected to come from some other relatively minor sources such as gas tax funds and other senior level government grants, which together represent about 5% of the total funding needs on the water side and virtually nil on the wastewater side. So then, in addition to the capital budget forecast, we also have the operating budget forecast as mentioned earlier, and then has two major components. Firstly, we have the sort of pure operating expenditures, which again include the salary, wages, and benefits, any contracted costs, materials and supplies, and so on. And that operating expenditure forecast is largely based on the county's 2021 preliminary operating budget, and then extrapolating that to future years of the forecast period, applying an inflationary adjustment of 2% annually, which is consistent with a long-run average annual increases in the consumer price index. And then the other major component of the operating budget forecast is, as indicated with the second bullet on the slide, is the capital-related expenditures, which are primarily the debt financing costs or the debt servicing costs resulting from any debt financing that's utilized to offset some of the capital needs that have been identified. So this next graph, I'll just let that load. This is the Water Financial Forecast 2021 to 2030 Scenario A. So I'll just spend a little bit of time sort of walking through the different elements of this particular one, and then it's repeated a number of times for the Scenario B and then also for wastewater services. But I think it paints a really good picture, sort of bringing together all of those elements of capital and operating, as well as the revenue requirement to support that. And so what you'll see firstly indicated with each individual bar, so for starting with 2021, we have the orange or yellow area, which represents the net operating expenditures that need to be covered in that year. On top of that, we have the teal portion of the bar, which represents the debt servicing costs of the principal and interest payments on the debt that need to be made in that year. And then finally, represented with the green portion of each bar, we have the capital expenditures that are forecasted to occur in that particular year. So then against those total operating and capital needs, indicated with the black line, is the revenue that we're projecting to be available to offset those operating and capital needs in each year of the forecast period. And so in this case, on this particular slide, we're looking at the rate forecast and the revenue resulting from that rate forecast for water services under Scenario A. So again, that's that fairly gradual ramp up of the rates. And then what you also see indicated with the purple sort of mountain that's in the background is the reserve fund. And so in years like 2021, where you see that total revenue line falling somewhat short of the total operating and capital requirements, the county does have the ability to draw on existing reserves and reserve funds that have accumulated from prior years to offset some of those needs in that year. So you'll see in years where the revenue falls somewhat short of the total operating and capital needs, there's a corresponding drawdown of the reserve fund, which again is represented with the purple area behind the bars. And then the final element here being the orange line, which is maybe most pronounced in 2022 as it relates to the financing of the central water supply system. So in years where the capital needs far exceed sort of what's available through revenue generated by rates and through the money that's available within the reserve fund, that's where we are showing additional funding coming from debt issuance or proceeds of loans and external debt. So showing sort of the comprehensive picture of how the total operating and capital costs are paid for in each year. And then the final thing of note here is that you'll see the debt servicing costs over the forecast period increasing in terms of their relative share of the total costs, and that's directly a result of the debt financing decisions that have been proposed for some of the years where there are significant capital needs. So again, those debt servicing costs you'll see starting in 2023, growing fairly significantly over the remainder of the forecast period. So on the next slide here, which is just before I flip over to it, I'll note everything is virtually the same about the next slide except for the revenue line and then correspondingly the reserve fund balance that's forecasted over the period. So in terms of the operating and capital needs, they have been maintained the same between the scenarios. There's just a difference in how quickly the revenue is ramping up to help offset some of those needs. So again, we have those steeper rate increases in the first couple of years, which are designed to accommodate the increased debt servicing costs from 2023 onwards. And the annual transfer to reserves is maintained closer to current levels under this scenario B. And so what that results in, because we're building in more funding earlier on in the forecast period, there's sort of continued contributions to those reserve funds. And so you'll see that that reserve fund balance ultimately ends closer to $23 million by the end of the forecast period versus approximately $12 million that we saw under scenario A. So that's where the major impact of that scenario is. And then very similarly, we see here with respect to the wastewater financial forecast on the next slide, I would just note again that there's a slight deficit projected for the reserve fund by the end of this year. That's once any commitments have been netted out in terms of previously committed projects. And the reserve fund balance under scenario A, which is a more gradual ramp up of the rates, would result in a reserve fund of about $24.6 million by 2030, or the end of our forecast period. And then under scenario B, which would see, again, a more steeper sort of increase in the rates in the initial 2 years, would result in a larger reserve fund accumulation by the end of the forecast period of about $31.5 million under scenario B. So then the next couple of slides will focus on the resultant rate forecast that, again, is detailed fully within the rate study. So I'll just go through a very high level summary of what we're looking at here. We have the two tables for, in this case, for water rate forecast, scenario A at the top and scenario B at the bottom. So within scenario A, you will see under the consumptive rate component consistent increases to the consumptive rates of approximately 5% annually for the first 5 years, and then about 3.3% thereafter. And we also see fairly gradual and consistent increases to the base charges of approximately 6.6% annually. Whereas under scenario B, we see that the consumptive rates are increasing at about 15.2% in 2021, followed by a 16.1% increase in 2022, and then stabilizing around 1.5% annually thereafter, just to keep pace with inflationary pressures. And then with respect to the base charges under scenario B, again, slightly higher increases in the first couple of years, about 13% increase in 2021, followed by a 13.8% increase in 2022, and then stabilizing around a 5% annual increases thereafter. What I would also note is that we have tried to rebalance the cost recovery between customer classes to better align with their respective share of water consumption. And as such, what you will see in these rate forecast scenarios under both of them is that the bulk water rates remain consistent at current levels for a number of years, again, under both scenarios. And that's until the rebalancing is achieved, and then subsequently these bulk water rates grow at a fairly stable rate thereafter. So very similar picture here in terms of forecast rates for the wastewater side of things, again, comparing scenarios A and scenario B, where again we have fairly consistent and gradual rate increases both on the consumptive charges and the base charges in scenario A, and then higher initial increases for the first 2 years under scenario B. And then again, similarly to my comments about the bulk water rates on the previous slide, within the wastewater rates and then structure and rate structure design, we are again trying to rebalance the share of costs that's recovered from various customer classes. And so for that reason, you'll see that there's a decrease in the leachate disposal rate that has been proposed, and that's based on an assessment of the relative loading strength of that wastewater that entering the treatment plants relative to other waste, and making sure that that category of services is recovering its respective share of costs. And then what we have also proposed is a blending of the holding tank and septic waste disposal rates into one single category. So a couple more slides here. And I think on this next one, perhaps more meaningful than looking at individual rates is to consider the impact that these rate projections would have on a typical customer. And so this typical customer in this case is based on an average residential customer in Norfolk County, which would be consuming about 128 cubic meters of water annually. The two lines that you see on the graph show how the total annual water and wastewater bill would change for this type of customer based on the two scenarios that we described earlier. And so firstly, you'll see that the current water and wastewater bill for 2020 for this particular type of customer would be just over $1,100. And under scenario A, which provides for a more gradual transition to embracing the full life cycle costs of capital, that annual bill would increase by between 5.1 to 5.4% annually, which would mean a $58 increase next year, which is about $4.80 monthly relative to what that theoretical or hypothetical customer is paying today. And then under scenario B, which again provides for a steeper increase in the first 2 years, that would result in a 11.3 increase next year, which would mean about $125 increase relative to the bill, the combined water and wastewater bill that customer would expect to receive in 2020. And then this would be followed by a similar increase in 2022, and then the annual increases thereafter would stabilize around the 3.6 to 3.9% range. So the final component of the presentation here is just providing a bit of a comparison of these average or expected water and wastewater bills within Norfolk County to a number of comparator municipalities. So firstly, looking at here what the average water and wastewater bill would be for an average residential customer based on the rates that are currently in effect, and that's illustrated with the gray arrow on the bar chart. So that's that $1,100 roughly that we mentioned on the previous slide. And then we also see what the bill would be next year, so 2021, based on the proposed rates under the two different scenarios. And as you will see, the county's relative position with respect to the comparator municipalities would be unchanged under scenario A with a slight increase, but again, relative positioning with respect to the other comparator municipalities would be unchanged. And then under scenario B, the cost of water and wastewater services for that average residential customer would be in the highest among these comparator municipalities. Typically, we also include comparisons of other types of customers who may be on a larger water meter and have more water consumption. And the reason for that is that due to the rate structure design, the proposed rates may impact different types of customers differently. However, in this case, the story is fairly similar for a hypothetical commercial customer consuming about 490 cubic meters of water annually, which is provided on this next slide. So that current bill for this type of customer would, in 2021, increase by about 4.7% or about $133 annually under scenario A, and about 11.5% or $328 annually under scenario B. So in terms of the relative positioning of Norfolk County with respect to the other comparator municipalities, it would remain unchanged, at least for next year. So the final comparison here is for a hypothetical large volume user with about 13,500 cubic meters of annual water consumption. And the pattern we see here is very similar to the prior two comparisons, except at this higher level of water consumption, it is Brantford instead of Brant County that would be the closest comparator in this regard. So in terms of next steps, the immediate next steps after today will be to undertake a public engagement process, which is what we're seeking council's approval for today. That process is envisioned to include some information materials that will be presented on the county's website, potentially including a brief presentation to summarize the purpose of the study and the inputs, as well as the analysis and findings. And there will also be an opportunity for the public to complete a questionnaire or feedback form and to leave comments in respect of the rate study. The public engagement process is expected to take place from next Monday until mid-November. And then following today's council meeting and any feedback we receive from council, and as well following the public engagement process, we will finalize the water and wastewater rate study report. And then ultimately the final recommendations and rate forecast will be brought forward for council approval. I believe that's expected to take place on November 24th. So that concludes the formal part of the presentation. I thank you for your attention and be happy to take any questions and comments.
Thank you, Peter. For committee, we will be having a staff present their report and asking questions after we get through with Watson and Associates. So if you do have questions for staff, I please ask that you reserve those questions for after staff have presented their report. But having said that, do we have any questions for Peter regarding the water and wastewater rate study? Any questions of committee? Seeing Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter, right at this current time and for a number of years, we have contracted out the wastewater treatment to a company. Would it be lower cost for Norfolk County to hire their own people to treat or to do the wastewater treatment? Would that affect things very much?
So thank you for the question, and unfortunately that is something that falls outside of the scope of the study that we were retained to undertake. I think it's a very good question, but certainly something that we wouldn't be prepared to answer at this time. So for the purposes of building the forecast and the rate forecast that will be required to support these services in the future, we have assumed that the current contract setup would be maintained throughout the forecast period.
Thank you.
Further questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question about not what's in the study, but what is not in the study, because one of the things I was looking for, and I think one of the things that we put off last spring, was why is the rate for bulk water so high, and why is the rate for septic and holding tanks so high? Like, I don't understand that, and that's why I was hoping to get some input on this report. Bulk water is proposed to be held at 432 when the usage through the pipes is 1608 per cubic meter. Now, the bulk water user, he should be paying for the plant that produces the safe, clean water, but he shouldn't be on the hook for the $266 million of pipes under the ground that he doesn't use because you pick up the bulk water right at the plant. And the same logic applies to holding tanks. You know, last time I went in a hardware store, there's only one set of taps for sale. There's, you know, the same sinks, the same toilets, the same washing machines. Once it goes down the pipe out of your house, whether it goes into a holding tank or whether it goes into, what is that, $190 million worth of pipes and pumping stations to get to the plant, it's the same stuff. So why would it cost 10 times more to process holding tank waste as opposed to having it delivered in the pipe? And those are some of the answers that I'd like to get.
Absolutely. So I'll start sort of backwards. I'll start with some comments around the wastewater rates. So with respect to these special charges that are in place and that have been included in our forecasts for things like the septic waste disposal, as well as the holding tank waste disposal, we were quite specific in how we apportion the share of costs to those user categories, and specifically when looking at holding tank waste disposal and septic waste disposal, there are no costs associated with the collection network included in those rates. So we were very specific by looking at the capital assets that are providing or enabling services, looking at the treatment processes that are required for that waste, but excluding any of the collection mains, for example. But then in addition, there are some specific assets or portions of the wastewater treatment plants that are designed purely to accept this hauled waste. And so the capital costs related to those assets have been strictly allocated for recovery from those user categories. So we're quite specific in the review to ensure that the costs were being recovered appropriately from individual user categories based on the relative share of assets that they utilize in receiving that service. And as well, with respect to wastewater, looking at the relative loading that a unit of waste places on the treatment process. And so on that basis, the septic tank waste and holding tank waste do, per unit of volume, do tend to be somewhat stronger than regular sewage entering through the regular wastewater system. And so when we look at the treatment process requirements in terms of the amount of chemicals and energy required, again, per unit of volume, because that waste is somewhat more concentrated, there is more loading from that perspective. So that's the wastewater side of things. And similarly, on the water side, with respect to the bulk water rates, we did look at the capital assets that are utilized in the provision of that service. And I believe the conclusion was that the capital assets utilized by the bulk water users are similar to all the other users in that they're not necessarily purchasing that water in bulk straight from the treatment plant. That water is being still pumped or delivered somewhere to a bulk water station, for example. And so they are benefiting to some extent from the distribution network as well. So in terms of the capital assets, the bulk water users are largely benefiting from the entirety of the infrastructure. And to explain why the rates are higher, and we have proposed to sort of bring them more in balance with the regular metered rates, as mentioned in the presentation. That's where we're holding the bulk water rates constant, or proposing to hold them constant for a number of years to achieve a bit more of that rebalancing. But they will always be somewhat higher because the bulk water users aren't paying a monthly base charge. So there's that component of costs that a typical user would see on their bill as a fixed monthly charge that the bulk water users don't see. And so the portion of those costs need to be recovered through their metered consumption, and that's why that per unit rate for the bulk water users will be higher.
I'm not quite buying that, because even if you charge every bulk truck the base charge of $24.04 every time they loaded, it still comes out to double the price when time they deliver it. You've associated the capital costs or built in the capital cost of dumping septage. That's a pit that they throw the hose into and they empty the truck. And I don't think it's a bulk hauler's fault if you choose to put the tap at the very end of the line rather than the beginning of the line, and then make them pay to load bulk water. Just because you locate where they could load it up at the end of the line, they should have to pay for the whole works of the line rather than just putting the tap at the beginning. I think there's lots of false data built into this. And again, like the holding tank waste, it's the same pipes. There's no separate aisle at Rona to buy toilets specifically if you're on a holding tank or you're on a public system. So it's the same stuff going down the pipe. So I don't understand how it can be more concentrated. And even if it is twice as concentrated, then you should let them buy a cubic meter of water for $1.60, and then it's blended, and then it should be the same concentration. And the same with septage. If it's 10 times as strong, I'll dump in 9 cubic meters of water for every 1 cubic meter of septage, and then it should be the same. So I'm not buying your story, but I think I'm the only one that doesn't sort of agree with the methodology that was once used to come up with these numbers, and nobody has the nerve to review the original methodology, and then we're stuck with it. And the benefit that we get is that you're recommending that it only stay at 3 times the level of everybody else, and somehow that's fair because we won't increase it as fast as we're increasing the other ones. But I'm not quite sure if I'm buying the data that you're trying to give me here. Thank you.
Well, I'm sure there was a question in there, Councillor Van Passen. Peter, you've done a report within the scope that was provided to you. Was there any further commentary you'd like to provide back to Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you. I think we'll just note that we did do our best to review the methodology, so we did not take for granted the way that these rates were calculated or arrived at historically. We did do a thorough review with staff's assistance, and I think that the basic principles perhaps remain consistent with how the rate study was undertaken last time around, and that was done by a different firm. But again, with staff's assistance, we did go through a review of those assumptions and in fact updated them where appropriate. So for example, it was found based on more recent information that the leachate strength is more in line with the relative loading placed on the treatment plants of regular sewage. And that's why we're proposing to, again, bring those leachate rates down or more in alignment with the metered wastewater rates. So there was that realignment and reassessment of the rate calculations, and the overall approach to that was done through this review.
Thank you for that, Peter. I'm seeing Jason Burgess, CAO, would like to provide some comments as well.
Thank you. Through the chair to council. Just to reemphasize what Peter is saying, there were significant changes to those 3 categories. And what's being presented here, there was an option to provide a more rapid decrease in year 1 and then follow it with increases later. So on the surface, the end data points that we ended up with, or that Watson and staff ended up with, are significantly different for those categories than what was previously used, or that was previously undertaken in the previous study. So we are proposing here kind of a hold strategy where we hold the rates and then have much more gradual increases versus a decrease in year 1 followed by rapid increases following it. So though the results might not be in line with Councillor, your methodology, but there are significantly different from the last water and wastewater study.
Thank you for that, Jason. Do we have any further questions of Peter from Watson and Associates, or Councillor Van Passen, I'm seeing you'd like to respond to the CAO's comments?
I should enlighten the Peter on this one. I am the councillor for Ward 4. I don't have anybody on municipal water and sewer in my ward, which separates me from the rest. So I am a little bit biased towards the septic rates and the holding tank rates, and so I thought I'd give you the heads up on that one. I do whine a little bit about this.
Very good. Is there any more questions for Peter? Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question might actually be better directed to staff, so you can let me know. But it just refers back to the table that you have on 3.9, which was the budget, the 10-year forecast. And just in terms of in the well rehabilitation program, should I ask that question of you, or would it be better directed to staff? Like, I'm just curious I'm assuming that the final proposed interurban water supply program, that the end of that's 2027. So I'm assuming that means that Delhi has come online at that point as well. So I'm curious as to what wells we're continuing to rehabilitate in years 2028 and beyond.
Absolutely. So I think I can answer at a very high level, but then I think staff would be able to provide further details on that. So with the well rehabilitation program, what we've recognized is that there may be some well decommissioning costs that are associated with those assets once the centralized water supply system is fully in place. And so we've maintained those costs for now. It is something that, again, I'm sure staff will be able to comment on in more detail, and if needed, we can further review. But I believe the thinking was that due to the unknown decommissioning costs associated with the wells as well as the existing treatment plant assets, we've maintained some of those costs in there to reflect that.
Okay, so that's just so there's no rhyme or reason to those numbers then, like based on what it would cost to decommission? Like it just seems strange that it's spread out over 4 years. And I guess the reason I harp on it is I just pulled up the 2017 final capital forecast that was presented to the previous council, and the total waste water and water forecast, as an example, for 2022, we have 54 million you guys are forecasting, plus that was for water, plus another 3 million for wastewater, and their total that they presented to the public in 2017 was 1 million for both water and wastewater, 1,126,000. So when you just commented to Councillor Van Passen about, you sort of verified the principles that were used last time around in terms of the rate analysis, I'm really concerned about the principles that were used the last time around, because 1,126,000 versus what, almost 57 million is a big difference. So I guess what kind of comments can you offer the public when they're going to be seeing their rates jump year over year, and this is what we're left holding? Like, have you seen this before, such a discrepancy?
I think it's certainly something that we're seeing more and more of, and probably largely driven by the continued advancement of asset management practices in municipalities and a better understanding of the needs of the existing infrastructure, both from a renewal and replacement standpoint. But then again, I think there are some very specific items that have come to light or that are being incorporated into the forecast by way of that central water supply system or the interregional water supply system. So that is a big driver of the costs within this capital forecast, and that's a very unique item. But certainly, again, more generally speaking, we are seeing very large discrepancies in some of the capital needs that may have been identified 2 to 3, 4 years ago relative to now, and a lot of that is as a result of better asset management planning that we're seeing today.
Well, their asset management planning in the past just looks like, we were taking year 2022, 23, 24 and beyond. It was like a blanket $1 million a year we'll need for water and wastewater for capital. So I guess that's just where my concern comes when I see a number when really the wells should have been rehabilitated. I just don't like seeing a number that's thrown in there when all the wells should have been pulled offline if the interurban water supply program was completed. Again, I'm not trying to harp on you. It's just those random numbers that cause me concern if there's no explanation for why they're there.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. So we will, I've noted down the well rehabilitation program specifically, and it is something that we will further review with staff.
All right, do we have any further questions of committee? Okay, seeing none at this time, again, we do not have to have a motion to receive our presentation. We are going to be having staff present report CS 20-28. And who is taking charge of that? Tyler, very good. So I may just ask Peter that if you could stay on the line until staff have concluded presenting their report, should they need to draw upon you.
Hello? Sorry, through the chair, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Tyler. Can you hear us?
Steve too, right? So you want to
Tyler,
look
if you'd
that
like
chart?
to get your presentation queued up, I'll let you know when we can see it, and we'll see if you have control and can advance your slides. So we'll just wait patiently until we see that appear on our monitors.
You want to go.
All right, very good. When you're ready there, Tyler, we'll have you present staff's report, and I'd also like for you to please present the recommendation at its conclusion.
Thank you, through the chair, to the committee. So I'm going to be quite quick through the presentation, as Peter covered a lot of the technical. The report was meant more so as a summary of the report. So as Peter alluded to, the purpose of this presentation mostly is to garner approval for public engagement, but also feedback on priorities as we go through this process. Just to frame up the scenario and what we're looking at, when we run the rate study with no alterations or whatnot, we're looking at a 42% increase on water and 33 on wastewater. So obviously there's some items we need to do to work to alleviate that pressure. So we just wanted to take this time to have some discussion and understand where your views are. You would see in the report, cutting right to the recommendation, we went to looking at scenario A. So that's the long-term gradual phase-in over 10 years. Normally, based on our current policies, that's where we come to the 42% and 33% on wastewater for residential customers. That being said, we recognize in light of the situation, the economic conditions, we're in uncertain times and very difficult times. So putting that kind of stress, especially on small businesses, everybody's going to have a bit of an increase. I'm a ratepayer. I'm not excited about that, but I recognize we have to, and I appreciate the service of clean water. So if we look at scenario A, we're looking more at a 5% increase for 10 years. In that scenario, we would recommend adding the 2% special capital charge. I know it's a new charge that we're looking at. There's been some discussion. Because of the more gradual build, that 2% helps remove some of the risk. It removes the risk to ensure that we're able to support the reserves. There's a big plan, a lot of capital plan that we're undertaking. It's a more risky plan if you do the gradual, but we're doing that in light of the current economic conditions. To try to frame up just in general what we're dealing with. So if you remember from the presentation from Peter, we need $17.1 million annually. That's the target we have to get to support our infrastructure. In our 2020 budget, we had $5 million of debt and $6.6 million of reserves, so $11.6 million. So we have a $5.5 million gap that we need to close. How we go about it is before the floor. That is the key factor, though. How do we build those in incrementally without putting too much strain on ratepayers, while at the same time ensuring we supply clean water? If you look at our 2021 budget, the numbers I quoted before, based on our current policies of building in debt as objects are approved, this assumes the 2021 proposed capital plan is approved as presented. We would be at about 16.3 million. So that's how we're almost at the top, but we're doing it all in one shot. And that's why you're seeing such a large increase. With scenario A, we are at 13.2 million. And with scenario B, so the two-step increase, we're at about 14.7 million this year and 15.7 in 2022. So as you can see, in each of the scenarios, they're climbing to get to the 17.1 at the end of the year. But how we get there The slower we go, the more risk we have if unexpected items come up. And that translates to more debt, which then it just reduces our flexibility. Just a couple points on some of the recommendations which you asked. So we are, with the new model, so previously we had targeted a 50% ratio between base charge and the consumption rate. The policy from Watson in their practice is to have infrastructure funding funded by the base charge and consumption funding operations, whether fixed or variable. So when we do that, initially we're about 50% initially, but as we grow our infrastructure funding, it becomes more towards 60% base charge, 40% volumetric. And if we were to build fixed costs, operating costs into that base charge, as we currently do, we would be much higher. We'd be up in the 70s. One other point was, so there was some discussion on hauled waste and the declaration factor you would have seen in the report. That was different from the report. So here's the challenge we currently face. The volumes as they're declared are 95% holding tank, 5% septic tank. Now, in discussion with Public Works staff, as we look at the situation, we do not feel those are accurate. However, to be able to determine the exact mix is cost prohibitive. You would need a person monitoring and you'd have to try to find the way. So we're looking to harmonize the rates through this study, and we've assumed a 70-30 mix. So 70% holding tank, 30% septic tank. What we're proposing is that because of the risk we're undertaking, we build in an adjustment factor to 50-50. It's about $70,000, which would support the reserve. If the mix comes in at 50-50, it builds into the rates. If not, it comes up. Just to address how we're dealing with it, some of the discussion before, holding tank is approximate, and these ratios were determined with Veolia, the treatment manufacturing company. The incoming leachate is about the same strength as incoming waste. Holding tank is roughly 2 times, and septic waste is about 10 times. So to the point of diluting and adding water, if I get 1 meter cubed of septic waste, I have to treat 10 meters cubed, which is the same as treating 10 meters cubed of incoming waste. So we have to somehow harmonize these rates, and that's how we do it. Now, we feel that even though there's a difference in the strengths, we have to harmonize holding tank and septic tank because it's the accepted practice in most municipalities, and it'll also give us clearer figures. We just don't want to take rates down and then have to take them up when we realize the actual ratio was different. And finally, leachate. So as it was mentioned, the previous study had an adjustment on that potency factor. In discussion with Veolia, we found it was about the same. That being said, it's shifting quite a large amount from leachate rates to ratepayers. So our view is to phase it over 5 years, and that's a separate recommendation as well. So that given that the cost is coming in, we want to help ease residential payers. They're facing enough, so it comes in step by step. And there will be, Public Works is going to be engaging staff in Haldeman. So if there's any further questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you for your presentation. Tyler, do we have any questions of committee of Tyler Wayne, financial analyst, cash management, or members of his team from committee? Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tyler, could you just comment? Councillor Columbus asked earlier a question that about whether or not we could save some money when we look at these increases by moving the wastewater back in-house again. Could you just, for council and the public, comment on where the driver specifically for this increase is coming from? Is this coming from operational costs, or is this coming from capital needs that were never forecasted?
Thank you. Through the chair to the mayor. So The main driver of these increases are coming from infrastructure funding. So we are seeing that 5.5 million gap that we need to close to ensure we're funding in any given year based on the life cycle principle. So even if we don't have a capital expenditure in the year, we need to build the reserve because it will come at some point. And that's the main premise of that. That being said, if there are savings opportunities, we see in the long range the operating forecast relatively flat. It's just an inflation assumption. If there are savings, obviously that's something to look at. So we will chat with Public Works staff, but the main driver is coming from the infrastructure gap.
Something tells me bringing it back in-house would not be saving us money. Mr. Chair, if I could just carry on with another couple questions then. Actually, you know what, I'll even leave it for now, but just more of a statement. Like, I'm surprised at the lack of reaction by my sort of fellow councillors right now. Like, I'm sick to my stomach seeing what the rates are that we're going to be presenting to the public for the next 10 years. So, you know, I look forward to the public consultation period and getting the information out there.
Perhaps we'll save those reactions for our debate to come. Is there any further questions of staff from committee at this time? All right then. Well, seeing none, is there anyone that would like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Taylor.
Moving staff recommendation.
Councillor Taylor has moved staff's recommendation. I'm seeing Councillor Huffman as seconding that motion. The motion is now before the committee for debate. Is there any discussion? Seeing none of those reactions, I guess we will then put that motion to a vote. All those in favor? Motion is carried unanimously for my count. Thank you, Tyler, and thank you, Peter, for sticking on the line while we received that report. Where are we in the agenda? We're moving on to 2021 budget overview. This is staff report CS 20-32. It is the budget engagement survey results. I imagine that we do have some slides to accompany this presentation. We're just going to give our staff members an opportunity to set that up. And I'm almost wondering if it wouldn't be in order for us to have a brief break. Can we take 5 minutes and we'll return once we have a brief restroom break and we'll get the presentation underway? For those at home, we'll be back at 3:45 is when we'll commence the rest of the meeting. right, for those of you that are tuning back in, it must have been a council 5 minutes. We're still getting organized, just trying to set up our presenters and the video. So if you'll just bear with us, we're about to get started here. All right, to our staff members, we've got video in the conference room. Do we also have audio? Can you hear us?
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Can you hear us in Committee Room A?
We can hear you. When you're prepared, you may commence with presenting CS 20-32, Budget Engagement Survey Results.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Staff in Corporate Services and Corporate Communications launched the 2021 Budget Engagement Campaign in August. It included a dedicated web page, budget survey, and some marketing and communications. Due to COVID-19, the main goal was to drive people to the budget survey to provide council with as much data and feedback prior to budget deliberations. The engagement campaign was an important first step in the county's budget process, and moving forward, staff looked to enhance engagement strategies to help inform council's decision-making during the annual budget deliberations. The Director of Corporate Communications, Matt Terry, will present the detailed findings of the survey and social media comments that were received.
Thanks. So, it's probably not completely necessary to go through the entire report in great detail. We certainly can do that if you'd like, but what we tried to do here was summarize the findings of the digital survey in a concise manner, and then we provided all of the raw data for reviewing as well. So what you'll see here in the report is a couple of pages of very brief overview of summary data, and then the pages of actual raw data from the survey, as well as some collected free-form remarks and social media comments and things of that nature that we thought might be useful in your budget deliberations. Just a couple of sort of broad thoughts for your consideration. I think, as Shelley said, our main goal was to drive as many people to the survey as possible. And to that end, I think we did a reasonably good job. We had about 1,200 respondents to the survey that fell into all age categories and generally speaking across the whole geographic distribution of the county, which I think is very good. The development of the survey was, obviously, like everything, is a team effort. We looked at what a number of other municipalities were doing in their budget surveys and drew from a common pool of questions that other areas often go to in their budget surveys, and then tweaked and tailored for our purposes here. And I think the addition of something like 340, 350 additional comments from people, just letting us know exactly what was on their minds, whether it was specifically asked about in the survey or not, I think is really great and shows that there's a strong interest in the community around the topics around the budget and getting that information to you in advance of budget deliberations. That's sort of the real quick whirlwind look at this. I guess in terms of findings, there's a wide range of things here that you can take a look at. I guess in response to over the weekend, some comments as people have started to see the results of the survey and wondering about sort of how it's developed. I think regardless of what a survey like this looks like, you're going to hear from people who feel that there may have been a particular angle to this, or that questions were devised in such a way as to elicit a certain kind of answer. As I say, many of these were pulled from common questions that other municipalities use, and we tried to really focus on the topics that we know are pertinent to this particular council. The other thing I would note is we knew it was important to strike a balance between asking as much as possible and making this survey actually doable in a short amount of time. And so The length and breadth of a survey like this, that's how we sort of arrived at the number of questions we had and the level of detail that was included in it. So for your information, I think the survey took on average about 10 minutes or so for a resident to do, and that was sort of our goal, was to keep things at about that level of commitment from any particular resident. So that's sort of the whirlwind look at how this was put together. I think both Shelley and I are available to answer any questions, and most is summarized here, but happy to take any questions that might help you understand more about what's gone into this report and survey.
Thank you for that brief presentation, Matt. Do we have any questions of committee regarding the report or the budget survey results? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure how much faith I have in the survey itself, but there's a lot of good comments. If you read, there's about 400 or 500 of them. There's a lot of good things you can glean out of there, those little tweaks that we could make to improve the services. But one thing that did get my attention was the way that the results of the survey are presented. And I'll give a couple examples, that the services ranked most important, the parks and trails, arenas, and library services. But when I look at the actual data, economic development was rated number 1 by the most people, and it's not even included in the top 3. I had a question on user fees that 3/4 of the respondents favored user fees of at least 50% of the service cost, and 6.5% felt that a taxpayer should fully subsidize the services. When you look at the actual data, what I get is that almost 76% said that the user should pay no less than 50%, and 30% of the people said that the user should pay 100%. So you can take the same data and present it any which way you want, and it's still true, but it serves no real purpose if you're allowed to manipulate it unless you read the entire document in its entirety. So I just hope the public goes to more than just the 4 pages of the overview and actually read the details. I think that's very helpful, and there's a lot of good ideas in there to tweak little things that will help us. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, for sharing your perspective. Did you wish to have staff respond to your comments?
Oh, if they want to. I tried to frame it as a question. I couldn't really find a way to do that.
You tried, and I'll pose it to our CAO. Has raised his hand. He would like to respond. Jason?
Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor and council. The councillor is correct, and that's why we took the time to present the full data set. It's impossible to summarize the findings and the nuances of it. I'd also point to another question with regards to, levels of tax hikes. And, there was a percentage of people that said, 0 should be the number. But when you look at the number of people who also said that would be the worst choice, that is something to look at also. So that's why it was key for us to present all the data raw in its form to both council and the public, so that they can review the data, not a summary of the data, and then they can make their own conclusions as they see fit from the survey.
Thank you. And do we have any further questions of committee? Seeing none, may I have a motion to receive the report as information? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Geisens. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on in our agenda, we have a communication item from Norfolk County Police Services Board regarding electronic speed watch signs. We have a letter before us from the Police Services Board. I am assuming that this is either going to be a new budget initiative under our capital, or it is an operational expense. At this time, I would recommend that we refer this matter to staff to queue it up for the appropriate budget committee meeting for discussion. Is there a mover to that effect, or does someone wish to propose an alternative? I'm seeing Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, member on the Police Services Board, I would move that we move it to budget discussions.
Very good. And do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Michelli. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That concludes our business for the Budget Committee meeting this afternoon. I guess the only last bit of housekeeping is to move for adjournment of this portion of our meeting. Do I have a mover to adjourn the Budget Committee? Councillor Huffman, Councillor Columbus, all those in favor? Very good. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to chair this portion of the meeting. I'll now turn the chair over to Chair Martin to start CIC. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Rabbits. Okay, I now call the meeting of Council and Committee to order. First things first, approval of the agenda or changes to the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Or are there any suggestions? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Rabbits, all in favor? Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Consent items. We have 3 consent items. If anyone wishes to discuss or comment on any of them, they'll need to be pulled and discussed prior to the staff report. Anyone wish to pull any consent items? Councillor Van Passen.
Just a quick question on the summary of bids award period.
Sure.
The 4-wheel articulated sidewalk tractors with attachments. If somebody could let me know what kind of attachments come with those.
I'll have Mr. Godby respond to that. I'm assuming it's snow clearing attachments, but
Can see your hand there, Mr. Godby, but we can't quite see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, for the chair to council, the sidewalk machines and attachments, they are coming equipped with snow plows and snow blower units. They are used for our winter sidewalk clearing events across various communities in the county.
Councillor Van Passen.
Well, no, I assumed that they were for winter use only, and I did check the price on them, and I think that they're doing a pretty good deal on the lease deal rather than buying them to let them sit for most of the year. So I compliment staff for thinking outside the box.
Okay. We'll jump right into our deputations this evening. Oh, sorry. Okay, a mover and a seconder. Sorry for all consent items. Thank you. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Columbus, Councillor Rabbits, all those in favor? Carried. Okay. Moving on to deputations, a reminder to all deputations that you have 5 minutes in total. I will remind you when you have about a minute left, and please also a reminder to leave your microphones on mute if you are not speaking. First up, we have a deputation regarding noise and speed on Norfolk Street North. Ghislaine, are you with us?
Are you looking for Ken Damone?
Not quite yet, Ken.
Sorry.
That's okay. We'll just give Miss Willits a moment here. Andy's going to check and see if she's on the phone or not, and then we will move on. Ken, you would be up next. We're just going to wait here. Okay, we haven't heard from her, so we will move along. Ken, deputation for Port Dover Main Street petition, speeding and traffic control. You have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. As mentioned in our petition to the Police Services Board on September the 23rd, It represents in excess of 90 residential properties and over 160 residents. Since that time, I've had numerous people asking to add their names to the petition. I would hope that 160 plus of our residents would be adequate to present their serious concerns of the excess traffic, speed, and noise of many vehicles and motorcycles on Highway 6 Main Street. The Ontario Provincial Police recently conducted a four-day survey over Labor Day for speed and number of vehicles using the subject Main Street residential area, which numbered over twice the size of the population of Port Dover. Based on these results, the speeding fines alone would have generated over $30,000 for Norfolk County, and on an annual basis, well in excess of $300,000. Also, photo radar can incorporate measurements of noise pollution, which is a byproduct of speeding. This procedure would also not require time of our provincial police in Port Dover as they could be elsewhere where they are needed. We encourage council to strongly consider implementing the following traffic calming measures, which have been successfully implemented in other jurisdictions. 1, a 40-kilometer zone from McNabb to Thompson Streets, the higher risk safety area on Main Street. 2, construct a pedestrian crosswalk with flashing lights at both Greenock and Alma Streets for the safety of the children trying to cross. 3, install photo radar northbound at St. Andrews Street and southbound at Alma, as these are the area's highest speeds, which will generate revenue and protect the residents. 4, install traffic calming gradual humps or some other traffic calming system on St. George, St. Andrews, and Prospect Streets. See the following site for traffic calming, which is enclosed for your perusal. In regard to the Norfolk County Noise Bylaw, Section 3.1, no person shall make, cause, or permit to be made any unusual noise or noise at any time, which is likely to disturb the quiet, peace, rest, enjoyment, comfort, or convenience of the inhabitants of the county. This bylaw is greatly exceeded by some vehicles and most motorcycles. The most serious concern is the safety of our children and seniors attempting to cross Main Street, as this area is a high density of homes. Young children dangerously attempting to go to our elementary school, sports park, skateboard arena, Timothy Eaton track, tennis courts, play park, and library. When the high school was there, the older kids could fend for themselves, as the traffic was moderate at that time. But little children and older residents have attempted to even run at times, with great difficulty to cross with the increase of traffic and speed. The area of our concern represents over 100 residential homes and 2 schools. In Bill 82 of our Highway Amendment Act, which was passed in 1998, it is for the safety of residents. Local councils have the jurisdiction to approve the request, which has been done in many places in our province, such as York Road, Niagara-on-the-Lake, 1.1 kilometers, Victoria Avenue in Lincoln, 1.2 kilometers, Main Street East, Grimsby, 1.8 kilometers, to name just a few. St. Andrews and St. George Streets are already 40-kilometer zones, but Prospect is still 50 kilometers, and of those posted rates are usually exceeded. I note with interest and concern the proposal put forth regarding the old Gamble property incorporating 295 new residences. This does not include other units either approved or in the planning stages, or like the Meisner fertilizer plant, which was deferred. The number of additional vehicles in that area alone could exceed 500 on 2-lane streets, all emerging on Main Street. Yet the developer's planner has stated in the Port Dover Maple Leaf paper of August 26, 2020, that the proposed density of this project will not negatively impact traffic in Port Dover. Really? With traffic over a 10-year period already negatively impacting Port Dover, not including tourists and visitors to our town, it will be dangerous gridlock on Main Street and alternate streets as well when these new facilities are finished construction. We respectfully submit this request for approval as soon as possible. Please plan now for our future and proper progression of these new developments. I would like to bring to your attention of the 2,200 speeding fines issued in 1 week with the new installation of a few photo radar units recently in Toronto. I present this to you on behalf of the residents listed in this petition. We will continue to follow up on our document, as this is a very serious situation which must be addressed by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And thank you. We also received your petition here. Are there any questions from committee to Ken? Seeing none. I have a couple. Ken, you live on Main Street, correct?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you been there?
I've lived on Main Street for 10 years and in Somerset for another 10. So we've been 20 years in Port Dover, which we love.
And when you did your petition, it wasn't just limited to Main Street, correct?
Correct.
And what was the driving reason to go around to the other streets? Had you heard similar concerns, or were you just fishing for that information?
No, we have friends on the other streets, and we've also heard a lot of bad news about Prospect and St. Andrews and St. George, and those people have already signed the petition, a number of them, and there are more that would like to be included.
Okay, and thank you. And what was the resolution from the Police Service Board meeting when you attended?
They said we were on the right track, and Mr. Columbus was there as well, so he's getting it twice. They recommended that we go to council, which we had already done. And it was up to council to approve it.
Okay, thank you. Final call, any
You're quite
further?
welcome.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, staff, are there any staff comments? Anyone would like to provide any comments before we receive it as information? Mayor Chop?
I just have a couple comments. I don't know about the rest of council, but I seem to be getting a lot of increased emails from residents in terms of modified mufflers and so on vehicles. And there's an article in Niagara where they recently did a crackdown on vehicles that had modified mufflers that were designed to make them louder, obviously, with aftermarket parts. And it was their council in St. Catharines that called on their police to engage in a crackdown. So I guess, I don't know, maybe Andy, if you might have some comments to that end. I always thought we needed to expand the noise bylaw, but if they're able to do this in Niagara just by relying on the Ontario Highway Traffic Act, how do we get to provide some direction to OPP in the same way that they seem to be able to in Niagara region?
Through you, Chair Martin. So I believe Paula, Jim Milson, and myself are hoping to meet with Paula was previously hoping to meet with the OPP on Thursday to go over what bylaws we want them to enforce. The issue, my understanding, just this is going back a number of years, is the county, in the past, the OPP's request was that the county provide noise monitoring, decibel measuring devices, because they didn't have it themselves. The county did at one point have one device, and I believe that it was misplaced, and that we do not have any noise device right now. So at that's something that we have to potentially look at and try to deal with, but that's just my historical knowledge. There might be very well be updates.
So maybe, through you, Chair, I don't know, one of the thoughts, could we, if that is still the barrier to doing this, maybe we could get an estimate before budget time as to what those tools cost, and if so, perhaps we look at maybe balancing the speed watch signs as well, you know, taking some of the funds from that program and reallocating to some noise monitoring devices, given the rapidly increasing number of complaints in that area.
I think the last time we had this discussion, it was with regards to the car wash on Main Street, not far from where the deputation lives. And we also had made mention to Paula to look at sharing equipment with Haldimand County, knowing that if we needed to do studies on sound, that they could simply just share the equipment. And then I think the issue came with staff members being trained on how to use it, but I don't ever remember having any follow-up on where we were at with that. Councillor Michele, then Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard, and I think Mayor Chop's point is really valid here, that, and I believe in perhaps with respect to Mr. Damone, that the bylaw that we have about noise, and it's been my understanding just from some experience, because I've dealt with several of these issues with motorcycles in Long Point, is that our bylaw does not pertain to vehicular traffic noise. That is apparently the purview of the Highway Traffic Act, but I do think that it would be prudent for us to have perhaps our county solicitor investigate the options that we have regarding that now. I am aware that she is currently reviewing our noise bylaws in several regards, and she has informed me that noise in general, but also vehicular noise, is one of the things that she does have a focus on. So I do hope that we can get more information about that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had this discussion in the spring with members of the Police Services Board, and where is the balance between more laws and enforcement? And I used the example, that's when they had just put up the speed watch signs coming into Dover from the west side. As you come into Dover from the west, I understand why there's one of those signs there, and it tells you that you're speeding, you're cresting a hill, you're coming into town, you're coming up on an area where the grocery store is, the school is, a church, built up area, and as you're going in, and that's a good safety thing to let people know that they got to slow down. When you're leaving town, I think the only point of that speed watch sign is people see how fast they can make it go when they get there. And to me, that's an enforcement one. If you just put a cruiser in and box driveway and start writing out tickets with social media nowadays, everybody would know about it within about the first 15 minutes. And again, it's that balance between what constitutes, doing everything for safety, or just enforcing the rules that we have. And can we put any more pressure, or have the members of the Police Services Board, take these concerns to the board and to the OPP, and have them, do some little concerted efforts in certain areas, and write out some tickets, and that will probably calm the traffic flows a lot quicker than putting up little flashy lights.
So from a procedural perspective, then we're just going to bounce it back to Police Service Board. At what point in time does Police Service Board just take the initiative to say, we're getting a lot of concerns and comments and deputations about speed and safety in the community, and we're going to do something about it? And the same goes for, I'm in support of safer roads and reduced speed signs, if that makes sense from an engineering perspective and a safety perspective, but then it all comes down to enforcement. You can change the sign from 50 to 40, but someone still needs to be there to enforce it. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think, as Mayor Chop said, acquiring the noise measuring equipment would be very beneficial. I also think it would help on Norfolk Street North there with Ms. Willett and the other residents' concerns as well. So I think going through with that and having something for budget time would be a good option.
Councillor Columbus.
Well, as a member of the Police Services Board, I can tell you that every built-up urban center of the county is having problems with speed and noise. And it's maybe more prevalent in Port Dover because there's a lot of bikers there, the noise part, that's for sure. But I can tell you that's why in the last item that we dealt with under the capital budget, we're looking to put more of those speed watch signs up. That's one of the reasons. And the other thing, the Norfolk OPP they've had a lot of vacancies with officers. I think there's about half a dozen or so that are just new recruits that are just coming on stream. So their manpower, or person power, I guess, was limited in the past. So hopefully that will improve. As far as the mention in the petition about photo radar cameras, there was a motion passed, I believe it was a week ago, to purchase a LiDAR radar unit for the Norfolk OPP, which will be happening, and of course with the more speed watch signs coming on. There's also a note in Mr. Denom's letter to have, make sure that Mr. Jason Godby is aware of it. I believe this is for introducing the calming effects that he's spoken about for traffic. And I don't know if he's listening, but maybe he can just comment from a public works point of view what they can do to eliminate some of these problems with respect to speed.
Mr. Godby, are you back there? Still muted.
Yes, thank you through the chair to Councillor Columbus. Yeah, I also did note that in the written submission, so it's something that I can have our engineering staff take a look at. There are many different varieties of traffic calming measures that can be implemented. It's surely just a matter of what is appropriate for the given situation. So it is something I'll take back and discuss with our engineering team. And if we do see some things warranted, we can bring forward some suggestions.
Additionally, Mr. Godby, if I could add on that, I would be very interested in some discussion around a crosswalk with lights or without lights. This formerly was a high school, but now we're seeing a lot of we're seeing only elementary students passing over Main Street to get there, and I think that in itself is a traffic calming measure, but also definitely a safety issue. So I would like to see some information about that. Mayor Chop and then Councillor Huffman.
Just to Councillor Van Passen's point, I just wanted to add, I think that it's getting to the point that we, more than just raising this at the Police Services Board, we need some clear resolutions from council so that we can take to the Police Services Board that demonstrates that this is the desire and wish of all the council members, as opposed to just raising it as one-off issues that sort of end up being overlooked. So I think that's something for council to consider for future meetings, as they have done in other areas, and putting a clear, again, it's like when council established their priorities to present to the Police Services Board, I think we need to go one step further. You know, if we're feeling that there needs to be more targeted enforcement, while we may not be able to direct them to do so, I think it would send a clear message if it came from all of council.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just wanted to add in terms of Ward 7, we are also experiencing the same issues in regards to, and thank you to Mayor Chop for bringing it up in terms of the modification that have been made to many vehicles in terms of the aftermarket parts, and it's loud, and you can hear them 3-4 concessions over. So, and one of the things that I get continuous emails about are different hamlets and with speeding concerns. So it's definitely a concern county-wide, and I think we need to put together a concerted effort and make sure that this issue is dealt with through PSB.
Seeing no further comments from council members, I guess we'll have a motion to receive the deputation as information. Councillor Ravitz, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? It's carried. Thank you. I wonder if this is something, like I'm kind of, maybe Mr. Burgess can help me out, some direction here that we should, if this is the discussion that council looks to have another day, I don't want to leave it so it is added to the list of things that we don't remember to bring back up, but do you have any suggestions for how we should tackle having this discussion?
Thank you through the chair to council. My suggestion would be for staff to go away. I think there's two separate issues that have been identified. One is photo radar issue, if that is something that council wants to pursue. The provincial framework, I'm not an expert on it, but there are some significant restrictions on what a municipality can do in the photo radar scene. It has to be in a school zone, it has to be for streets under a certain speed limit. There's a whole bunch of issues with that, and what would be the governance model, who owns the equipment, who maintains the equipment, all those questions would have to be answered for the photo radar issue. revenue splits and that kind of stuff. On the second issue, with the noise bylaw, we can certainly reach out to the other communities that have had their police forces enforced under the Highway Traffic Act and had those blitzes and what their experience has been. And we can bring back a report. That one would have to go to Police Services Board, but we could bring it here for council's approval and direction. So we can do one memo on both topics and with potential recommendations on those.
Thank you. All right, we will move along. The next deputation we have is Blake, and I lost my sticky note. Blake, I don't know your last name, I apologize. With regards to sidewalk petitions for Newport Lane in Port Dover, you have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Believe there may have been a PowerPoint that was emailed in to go along with the presentation. If it's not there, then I will proceed.
I apologize, I was chatting with the clerk. Are you asking if your email is attached and the petition to our agenda?
There's a PowerPoint that I've emailed to the clerk, Jacob, and he said he was going to be able to put it up.
Okay, we'll take a, looks like he's pulling it up right now. Blake, I think that you are able to take control of the screen there. There's a button that says request control, and you can play your presentation.
I don't see it. Oh, there we go.
Yep, it's up on the screen. You can, I'm not sure if you're
Okay.
able to make it a little bit bigger for us, but go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Blake Easton, and I'll be presenting the deputation. It has been organized by Ron Sununis, and I have myself am a recent immigrant from the county of Haldeman, and have ties to the Port Dover area. My parents summered, as my mother would say, summered in Shore Acres Park in Port Dover. So I've been here for quite a long time, but recently moved here and looking forward to continuing our area, our residency here. I'm just not sure if you can move to the next slide. So what we're talking about is the new construction in the area of Newport Lane, which is on the east side of Port Dover. Just to orientate ourselves, when you're coming in from the Hamilton area down Highway 6, Ocean Ways on the right-hand side, the first street, then you get into Newport Lane. It's a new subdivision, and Newport Lane exits or enters into the area of Black Creek. If you could move to the next slide. The Black Creek Conservation Area surrounds Newport Lane. So the point being is that this area is not going to have any further construction. It is the 9th phase of the Don John Boulevard construction and subdivision. There won't be any further construction around it. So this is the final roadway and final way it's going to be in the end. So what we're talking about is, what is talking about changing something where you've been directed by an official plan. The official plan is a great thing at the 30,000 strategic level, but not really when we're talking about the governing the people at their local level. This is one of the few places where we can actually have things laws and subdivision articles changed, at that local level. And we appreciate the fact that, you give us this opportunity to give you the opportunity to represent us. The area, Newport Lane, is larger lots, so they're 50 to 70 feet wide, and there's only 37 lots serviced in Newport Lane. So essentially, what we're talking about is a cul-de-sac. So when people first start doing the official plan, they're looking at it from the larger position, and they don't look at the area, the way it's going to be, and what happens to it. So now we have older people that are moving into single-floor residences in a retirement community, essentially, and there's no traffic. When you enter Newport Lane, the only entrance and exit is Blue Nose and Don John. So when you come down Don John or Newport Lane to Don John, there are no vehicles will keep going. So the only people that are exiting and entering is the people that actually live in the area. So we're talking about 37 residences that come and go, who are retired, who don't have a lot of movement compared to, say, somebody of a working age. So there's no traffic. There's very little traffic as far as pedestrian traffic goes, and there's very little traffic as far as vehicle traffic goes. The vehicles themselves don't get up to any type of a speed because of the short distance of Newport Lane. So safety is fairly irrelevant in this situation. You can see that what we're talking about here, on the lower version that's Don John Boulevard, and Blue Nose comes out to it. So essentially, this is a cul-de-sac, and historically, cul-de-sacs do not have sidewalks. If we can move on to the next slide. We've presented you with the petition, and in saying that, we've considered a lot of different things, right? We have 11 points there for you, and those 11 points are very poignant, right? The roadway is wide. There's lots of view, and so again, safety is very good as far as all the residents are concerned.
Excuse the interruption, Blake, you have 1 minute remaining.
Pardon me?
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. The one thing I do want to say is that it's a unanimous petition. Everybody on the street has signed that they do not want the sidewalks. And this is the idea here is that local government is there to serve us. And we understand that there's there's the bigger picture, but if you can move on to the last slide, please. Really, the plan is, previous slide, please. The official plan is it's a long-term comprehensive framework, and it's a guide, right? In the Port Dover urban area, it says that the standards for landscape paving, streets, and other appropriate street furniture shall form a connected system of optional routes to form within the area. And without the sidewalks, this is still achieved. So you have a group of residents that are 100% unanimously behind this, and you have something that's costs less money, and there's no safety issues here. So we're asking that the sidewalks be halted, the construction, and you take the money from that and negotiate with the builder to use it for something else. And last slide. Do we have any further questions?
Thanks, Blake. Are there any questions to the deputation? I am seeing none. Are you aware of our, I believe staff informed you, are you aware of the last deputations that council received with regards to the discussion of sidewalks in communities and the position that council's typically taken?
I am, and I understand that the council, in a general sense, should take a general view of things. But the idea of local government is to look at everything individually. That's the only opportunity. Is this level of government is to affect us locally, right? And there's a lot of different one-ofs in this community, and those one-ofs are what you should be looking at. And it's great to say this is what we're going to be doing ad hoc, or for now on as the plan. But local government is designed to look at each incident and go down to that micro level as opposed to the macro level.
Okay. I guess the only thing I would maybe just add to that concerning the position of council, and I feel fairly confidently that I'm speaking on behalf of all of us because we just had this discussion, that I don't disagree with your point. However, the major argument that council hangs its hat on is that the individual that purchases the home long after you're gone, and the children that move into a community or the neighboring residential community that wants to take their kids out for a walk, whatever the case may be, that we're not putting the price of sidewalks, installation of sidewalks onto the taxpayer later on down the road, and that these decisions are kind of made as a policy, from a policy perspective, to not only look after the community now, but the individuals that buy the home when you and your family no longer live there. But I'm hearing that you're understanding council's position, and thank you very much for coming and providing the deputation. Any further comments? Seeing none? Okay, may I have a motion to receive the deputation? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Geisens, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We do have our original first deputation, Ghislaine, with on the line to speak about noise and speed on Norfolk Street North. If you are on the line, you can go ahead and begin your deputation. You have 5 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Okay, you have 5 minutes. You can go ahead whenever you're ready, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. My deputation is about the noise and speed on Norfolk Street North, nearby where I live at 10 McCall Street. Okay, first I would like to thank the chair and the committee that has allowed me to speak on my issues on behalf of my neighbors and myself who live on Norfolk Street North, right across from Wellington Park. My name is Ghislaine Willits. I am speaking to you regarding the concern about the speed and the noise on Norfolk North. I'm speaking today trying to get the support from Mayor Chop and the county councillor. I live at 10 McCall Street, Simcoe, right on the corner of McCall Street and Norfolk Street North. And some days the traffic is so fast, loud, and so busy, it sounds like I'm at a raceway or sometimes even a demolition derby. This is how noisy it is. Big trailer rigs make my whole house shake when they go by. Trucks, cars, and motorcycles rev their motors and mufflers. You would swear they're going 100 miles per hour. It is also noisy. You can't hear yourself think. Sometimes I try to sit on my porch with friends. We try and have a conversation, but it is totally impossible due to the noise. All my neighbors complain about the same thing. It is nuts, especially on a Friday evening. Here is my few suggestions. Number 1, lower the speed limit around the park. Number 2, put signs at each end of the park that they are going too fast, the traffic is going too fast. Have a traffic radar out there, or reroute the downtown traffic. Number 5, outlaw the noise in town and in speeds over 50 kilometers or less. Outlaw that noise. We seem to be living in a very noisy world. Okay, that is the end. Again, I want to thank the chair, committee, and councillor for granting me the permission to speak on this very real issue. I will be paying close attention to the results of the voting on this issue. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions, Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, and through you, I'd just like to let you know that we are going to be having noise monitoring equipment coming to the budget committee when that comes later, so hopefully we can help you out with the noise there. And beyond that, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. I'll be keeping my ears and my eyes open, see what happens, okay?
Great, thank you. Seeing no further.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nicely. Okay, seeing no further comments or questions, can I have a mover to receive it as information? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Rabbits, all those in favor? That's carried. Our last deputation is from Debbie France regarding cannabis. Debbie, are you on the line?
We're here.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would request an extension of time for our presentation. And the reason being, what we're talking about, illegal cannabis cultivation, is a very big problem that affects all of Norfolk County. And it's costing Norfolk County literally thousands of dollars. And we've just started, if that, to address the issue. We're also talking about the involvement of criminal element coming embedded in our community of Norfolk. And I think these serious issues deserve more than just 5 minutes, and more so, I think it requires more than 5 minutes. So I'd ask for your consideration on that matter.
Hi, Mr. Slack. Okay, I'm looking to a member of committee to move that. Councillor Michelli, are you moving?
Yes, I would wholly agree with the deputy that the seriousness of this issue would warrant some extra time, Madam Chair.
Sure. Is there a seconder? And that's Councillor Columbus. And all in favor? And that's carried. Okay, you have 10 minutes. Go ahead. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you very much. 10 minutes is not going to give us enough time either, but I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. But thank you for giving us an opportunity to speak with you. In short, Norfolk County is not controlling the cannabis industry. The cannabis industry is controlling Norfolk County. The cannabis industry has taken advantage of Norfolk County and turned the taxpayers of Norfolk County. Illegal cannabis cultivation is $7 million to $1 billion industry in Ontario, and Norfolk County is playing a major role in the illegal cannabis industry. I would ask that you remember cannabis cultivation equals gangs, guns, meth, and organized crime. The first step in addressing a problem is to acknowledge that you, in fact, have a problem. And Norfolk County has a very, very big problem. I would ask what economic value is added to Norfolk County by Part 2 marijuana grow facilities. It's just absolutely nothing. What has caused the problem? Certainly it's the loopholes in the Cannabis Act. Some suggestions to address the Cannabis Act loopholes and shortcomings are as follows. The first we would suggest is an industrial designation for cannabis. We suggest the first step towards reducing the number of Part 2 facilities from being established in Norfolk County in the future is to establish an industrial designation at the municipal level. Other municipalities have taken this route and have realized the benefits. I wish to remind you that back in June 26 of 19, Matt Vaughn, the principal planner of Norfolk County at that time, submitted a staff report to council. Mr. Vaughn was encouraging council to establish industrial designation. Mr. Vaughn stated that the county can, with industrial designation, hold level 2 producers to the same standards as level 1 producers. Wayne Caldwell, who is a professor in rural planning and rural development, University of Guelph, stated when speaking of those growing marijuana, stated, these guys have no rules or regulations. They do what they want. Municipalities do not seem to understand the gravity or the risk to the people's livelihood. He continued by stating, Part of the concern, like it was with the growing of number of large livestock barns decades ago, is that cannabis operations are more industrial than agriculture in nature. As mentioned, other communities have realized the benefits of establishing an industrial designation for marijuana at the municipal level, and the municipality of East Gwillimbury is one such municipality. We would ask that Norfolk County establish an industrial designation for cannabis cultivation. We would also ask for a mandatory review of the bylaw and inspection procedures related to farm structure classifications. Norfolk County must ensure that bylaws are established that require those who wish to build new hoop greenhouses first apply for a building permit. Secondly, we would ask for a mandatory review of the bylaw department to be completed. Areas that must be addressed are: one, first, additional office staff should be provided to the bylaw officers to ensure that their time is more effectively utilized by permitting them to dedicate more time to conduct field investigations. Secondly, provide equipment to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of time spent on field investigations. And what we're talking about is the use of drones. Keep in mind, some of these sites are located in areas that prevent easy and safe observations of these facilities. It is an established fact that there is a criminal element involved in the illegal cultivation of cannabis. Knowing that organized crime is heavily involved and requiring one officer to attend these sites puts the bylaw officer at risk. Should the bylaw officer be injured, given what we know, puts Norfolk County in a serious liability issue. The practice should stop immediately. A question for members of Norfolk County Council. Did Norfolk County Council or county receive $100,000 from the federal or provincial government to address the issue of cannabis cultivation? If Norfolk County did receive any money, can you advise us how the money has been spent by the county? Fire issues, fire service issues. We would ask for a mandatory review and comments from the fire department on implementing viable steps from the Ontario Provincial Fire Code to work in conjunction with our municipal bylaws with respect to required inspections of cannabis sites. We would also ask Norfolk County to review and ensure bylaws authorize inspections for cannabis sites. These inspections would be carried out by staff from bylaw, building department, fire, and members of the police department would be in attendance. This would form the basis of what we would suggest would be a 5-point plan. And the 5-point plan would look something like this. Point 1, identify, verify information received by county staff. Residents of Norfolk County should be encouraged and provided an opportunity and an open line to report their suspicions to bylaw or the police. Norfolk County would issue an order to comply if no permits have been issued. 3, Norfolk County would issue a stop work order until a permit is issued or zoning compliance is met. Number 4, compliance verification. Members of bylaw, building, fire department would attend the site with a member of the OPP. His purpose would be to keep the peace. If the inspection of the sites determines that it is overgrow or other breaches of cannabis, the Cannabis Act is determined, it immediately becomes a criminal investigation. If there are no criminal violations, the county would issue a stop work order until bylaw and zoning issues are corrected. 5, Norfolk County would make application for a court order to prevent continued production or processing at the cannabis facility. This plan will require the collaboration between members of council, bylaw department, planning, fire department, and the local OPP. And at last, I just want to remind you once again that cannabis cultivation equals guns, gangs, meth, and organized crime, and it's all happening right here in Norfolk County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Slack. Under 10 minutes. Are there any questions of committee members? Mayor Chop.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just pulled up East Gwillimbury, and could you just explain? I'm not really seeing. I saw that on June 9th, 2020, Council there approved an interim control bylaw to freeze the development of facilities, but I am not seeing that since just this past June that has in fact been resolved.
Is that a question for me, Member Trump?
Yes, sir.
Where's my? It is my understanding that they have passed a bylaw, and unfortunately I'm trying to find it here in my notes here, that gave a industrial designation. And a member of the council down there, he corresponded with us, and if I may, I'll just read what he said. He states that by limiting cannabis production in industrial areas, they are able to keep these sites well removed from residential areas, schools, industrial zones, allows for proper servicing. Industrial buildings can accommodate security concerns, light dampening, and ventilation issues. He also continued by stating that allowing cannabis to be produced in industrial zones has not attracted any operations at this time. However, it strengthens our hand legally when they challenge operations that are out of zoning. He also noted that by not having a zoned area for cannabis production, it could create, as in their opinion, be challenged at various legal grounds and possibly have something foisted on us at an LPAT hearing. That's something they did not want. So I'm getting back to your question, Mayor Chop, from his comments, they obviously have it there, but unfortunately I can't give you the date or the bylaw number.
Well, again, just looking right on their webpage, it looks like just in June, the beginning of June, they just initiated an interim control bylaw, much in the same way we did in Port Dover, to stop future development of the facilities. But from what I can see on here, it just doesn't look like that's been rectified. I guess one of the other concerns that I would have, well, first of all, you mentioned in terms of council, our first step to recovery is admitting that we have a problem. I think all of this council has actively admitted that there is an issue and has consistently supported, trying to tackle these facilities that haven't been in compliance with our zoning bylaws. It's just not as easy as waving a magic wand, unfortunately. So one of my concerns would be, and maybe you have a little bit of background on this, but when they allowed designated producers, it was as a result of a Supreme Court challenge that upheld a patient's right to grow their own because they couldn't afford to, purchase this medication. So that was how the designated growers originated. So I guess, one of the further concerns that I would have for council, especially if East Gwillimbury did this sometime between the beginning of June when they issued their interim control bylaw and whether or not that's been rectified, who knows, but let's say it has as of a month. I think that you start getting into other areas of the law if you're going to, it's one thing doing it with licensed producers on industrial areas, but I think you're going to end up with potential future legal challenges if you start restricting designated growers to those areas, again, because now you get back into the original challenge, was which they can't afford to grow their own medication. So now you would be forcing them to buy industrial land from the municipality. But I think that's probably a question for our solicitor at some point.
Any further questions? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair, or Chair, I should say. Orville, I've heard your presentation twice before, and I realize that you've really condensed it down to the nitty-gritty to get the point across. But can you share that document with the clerk's office, please?
Mr. Columbus, which document are you referring to, sir?
The one that you read off to County Council.
Yeah, I can. You should have I would hope everybody was supplied with a presentation, the full length version, if you will. It is similar to, but not identical to, the one that we presented at the Police Services Board, Mr. Clemens.
Right, I don't see it in my package here, but, oh, it's on the desk. Sorry, it is on the desk. Okay, thank you. It just arrived today, then. Thanks.
Mayor Chop.
Was just to answer his question in regards to the funding that we received. It was $165,000 from the provincial government, and I don't know that we spent every dollar of it, but I would say it's probably getting on pretty close.
I'm not aware. We'll have to look into that, but a lot of funds.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to the deputation, I was just wondering, Mr. Slack, if you could expand on your the premise of receiving a permit in regards to the hoop greenhouses.
Yes, through the chair, what we're suggesting here, Councillor, is that at the current time, if you will, a farmer in Norfolk County is required to get a burn permit to build or burn a trash pile. However, that same farmer is not required to obtain a permit if he puts up acres and acres of hoop greenhouses, fills it with marijuana, uses untold amounts of chemicals, jerry rigs various electrical hookups to it, and as a result, it puts Norfolk County in a position where they have no idea what is going on in Norfolk County. I know also, if I may, next door neighbor of mine, he put up a deck, wanted to attach a deck to his house. We had a building inspector, or he had a building inspector out at his house on 3 different occasions as the project started from beginning and was completed. How does the Norfolk County hope to have any control over this issue, which you don't have any control over now, without putting some controls on the development of hoop greenhouses? And I'm not suggesting that we want to penalize the legitimate farmer that wants to put up a hoop greenhouse to grow raspberries or some other recognizable agriculture crop. However, what we do need is again, the tools in place that will permit Norfolk County to decide and help police the industry. Something that is missing, absolutely missing at this point in time.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Okay, I have a couple. Mr. Slack, you did present not only to Police Service Board, but also to the Ag Advisory Board, correct?
That's correct.
And how did the discussion go, and what was the premise behind going to speak with the Ag Advisory Board?
Be honest with you, I think the Ag Advisory Board was surprised, I guess, caught off guard as to the issues surrounding this part of marijuana cultivation. It was my hope that they would be able to add some input from their sector of the industry, that being agriculture, voice any concerns, and what have you. With respect to the permit requirement for hoop greenhouses, there was some concern that there'd be additional cost added to, again, the legitimate farmer that wanted to grow raspberries, what have you. I pointed out that there was no dollar fee attached to the purchasing of a burn permit for fee for the burn permit. Of course, it would be up to council if they want to attach a fee, but my point was we have to build something in place or put something in place that will give the county the tools that they can police it. And getting back to East Gwillimbury, if I may, Madam Chair, that they provided us with some stats since they've put together this 5-point plan, working in conjunction with the other tools they have in place through bylaws. They have executed 18 search warrants. They've conducted 24 arrests. They have bulk value of over $27 million, street value of $124 million, seized 6 firearms, and all told, to shorten this up, again, bulk value of $1.6 million. So they are seeing results. They're putting the pieces of the puzzle together, which permit the municipality to take charge of the industry. And has been rightly pointed out before, if I may, that it's not the Part 1 facilities. Health Canada is policing them. There is nobody policing the L2s. And that's what's causing not just Norfolk County problems, but it's causing municipalities across Ontario problems. And if we're going to wait for Health Canada to implement anything that's going to help you, you may as well forget about it, because I think, having watched the Police Services Board where they had a couple of representatives from Health Canada come in and speak, it was quite evident, at least from my point of view, that in all fairness, they gave everybody the song and dance, and we're going to be on our own for a long time. If you're waiting for the mandatory review of the Cannabis Act, don't wait for that either, I would suggest, because there is no guarantee that the current federal government is going to have any ambition or desire to make any significant changes. Unfortunately, whether it's fair or not, is going to be left at the municipal level. It is our intention today was to point out that East Gwillimbury, for one example, has taken the initiative, has implemented some bylaws, industrial designations, and et cetera, that permit their police to go in, and that's been the problem in the past. I've spoken to other officers. In fact, officers came out to our January 11th meeting here in Waterford High School. They were emphasizing it's so almost impossible to enforce the Cannabis Act. So many loopholes. We can't get inside the front door. East Gwillimbury figured out how to do that. And I would encourage the Norfolk County Council members to seriously look at that and implement that. Right now, I just looked at an article the other day with respect to how much it's cost us just for one takedown for a cannabis group, and it was $30,000 for tipping fees, trucking, and employees. That's one takedown. We're looking at I would suggest a lot more than that. We're suggesting that probably, well, far better than 80 grow ops, and I would suggest it's probably far exceeding 100, really. So sitting back, trying to find an excuse why this will not work is not the answer. I would suggest we work very hard finding a solution or finding the reasons why this will work, such as East Gwillimbury has found it to work to their advantage.
Andy, did you want to chime in there?
Certainly, thank you, Chair Martin. Just to get back to the mayor's comments about the funding that we were provided as a municipality. In 2019, this council received a PowerPoint presentation, and it had some estimates in there. At that point, we were anticipating $259,000 just in the current investigations that were underway, and approximately up to almost $800,000. This was last year. For county expenses. Obviously, there's also been one bylaw officer assigned to this particular project for the last 3 years straight. That's had great results because we've been able to build the cases and give that to the OPP, which has directly led to the raids that have been occurring. So there has been a substantial amount of work far beyond the $165,000 that we were received as a municipality. We are spending a lot more than we received in funding to that point.
Thanks, Andy. So just to be clear, you're asking for council to have a review of our bylaws with the specific requests that you've identified on the third page of your package with penalties. And you're asking for a bylaw concerning the actual inspections. You're also asking for that 5-point plan, the assembly team, which is bylaw, building, planning, fire, and OPP. And you're asking for fire code reviews concerning inspections of these locations?
That's correct, Madam Chair, if I just may. By having a collaborative effort, when you go in and you've got fire department, you've got building, you've got bylaw all there, all these various avenues that should and must be addressed, they can be addressed at the same time. And of course, OPP will be there as to keep the peace as required. This is not a novel approach. Once the OPP get there, and if in fact you determine there's violations of the Cannabis Act to any degree, whether it's an overgrow or other violations, that's where they can secure the scene, get a warrant, and continue with the criminal investigation. It is no different, and this is not a novel approach. It is no different than if a police officer gets sent to a residence for, we'll say, suggest a domestic situation. He walks in, he finds drugs laying all over the house. He secures the scene. He gets a warrant. They go back in and they take down the residence as warranted under the terms of whatever drugs they're finding and searching for. This is not novel. And I just want to mention one other thing. I appreciate the effort that the bylaw has been putting in this. I think that particular gentleman is working his tail off. I want to draw your attention and caution you, let's not pat ourselves too much on the back. The first takedown that happened here in Norfolk County happened as a result of an investigation that was initiated in British Columbia. It came to Ontario, into Quebec, and then down stateside. It was not initiated here. The second big takedown, I can guarantee you, was not initiated by the local police. So I think also council should be holding the local police feet to the fire on this. And I've spoken out to different groups of people, and I stand by what I say, and that is, other police services have been kicking ass. Our local police have been sitting on theirs. So there's a lot of work to be done at the council table, but also here in law enforcement. That's why we have so many grow-ups in Norfolk County. Everybody was hoping this situation was going to go away. Surprise, surprise, it hasn't. In fact, I'd like to draw to your attention, January 17th, 2018, the issue came up and was discussed at council. And the gentleman says, it's a huge issue. We're going to be the cannabis capital of Canada. Again, that was January 17th, 2018. That was Councillor Columbus that made that statement. He predicted the future on that one.
Mr. Burgess, any comments that you might be able to add concerning the 5-point plan, which is the assembly of bylaw, building, planning, fire, and OPP, and bylaw reviews and fire code reviews?
Council had received a report from Mr. Milson, I believe 2 cycles ago or 1 cycle ago, with regards to our undertaking and our processes that we do undertake. I know there's a report in front of council after this deputation with regards to cost-sharing arrangements with the OPP on enforcement activities. You know, the challenge I always have is, I think the gentleman is correct with regards to you know, with regards to the elements that are undertaking these illegal operations. There are guns involved. They are a criminal element. And because of that, I would have some significant reservations where bylaw is the lead agency in that from a staff safety point of view. That being said, bylaw certainly is very much aligned with the OPP. In each of these busts, both fire and bylaw was there. We are also one of the first counties to go before to actually get a planning award fine on one of these. So it is a area where we're still learning our way through it. We'll certainly take the deputation seriously, and we'll, as you know, we continue to move forward with changes in how we operate, and we're more than happy after Mr. Milson's reviewed it and the local OPP has had some input. We'd be more than happy to provide additional information to council on any change procedures we may take a look at.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I'd like to discuss the issue of the hoop houses and the permitting. Do we know if other municipalities are issuing building permits for hoop houses? And if so...
Sorry, is that a question for staff, or should I let Mr. Slack off the line here?
Well, first of all, perhaps Mr. Slack can answer me whether, in fact, other municipalities are issuing permits for hoop houses.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, understanding that it definitely is a requirement in East Gwillimbury. So there is at least one other one, and I can't advise you on any others.
Okay, with that, I would think that perhaps we should have our bylaw department, building and bylaw, look at the need to issue building permits for hoop houses.
Councillor Van Passen.
It's always the same way, right? That the people who are breaking the law, odds are they're not going to get a building permit anyway, and all you're going to punish is the ones who are doing it the right way, and you're going to add cost for the honest people, and the criminals don't bother getting permits anyhow.
Mayor Chop.
Well, one step further, I mean, what would stop somebody from saying they were building it to produce or to produce tomatoes and then turn around after they received their permit and put whatever they wanted in there?
Maybe we should ask Mr. Slack, the big takedown on Highway 3 where they seized the guns and the money and all that. I bet every one of those firearms was registered, and I bet every person around there had a firearms possession license, because they're just the kind of people that follow all the rules in this country, right?
I think the idea is you're creating documentation for a tracking system. We don't expect that they're going to come and say it's for cannabis, but they're coming through the door, if they come at all, for the purposes to then share information with bylaw or whomever would be doing the inspection. Any further comments to Mr. Burgess?
I believe this was brought up at the Police Services Board, but I think one of the single biggest regulatory items that this council and others can lobby for, because part of this is, a lot of this is outside our control, but being able to be notified by the appropriate authorities of a grower in our county, I think is something that, you know, like instead of trying to do it through a permit process or some other backdoor measure, is for Health Canada to say there has been a successful application of a grower, this is the location that is on their license, and then that way we can be more proactive in monitoring it. Instead, we are wasting a whole bunch of time, money, and energy with drones and bylaw officers trying to figure out who's growing where and trying to get through the back door. So if there's an undertaking that would, you know, cut through a lot of this red tape and is the simple pressure on the federal government to say, we've licensed an individual, this is their address, this is, you know, and that way then we can more effectively monitor and deploy our resources to making sure that that licensed facility is operating within the rules that they're governed by, versus trying to figure out who's growing and why they're growing or what they're growing.
Okay, seeing no further comments, can I have a motion to...
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I may make one more comment.
Sure.
Reference to the comments by Mrs. Burgess. What we are suggesting in the 5-point plan is to give you the tools, cut through the red tape, allow your staff to go out there once and deal with the situation. It's working in other areas. And by no means are we suggesting that the illegal grow ops are going to come in and buy a permit to put up a hoop greenhouse. What we're talking about is giving you the tools to go in and deal with them. And it's just the one step. And as I emphasize, it's a collaborative step. When you all go in, all the branches, whether it be fire, building, or bylaw, you're all going in together, and you're going to take a look at all the various responsibilities that those departments have to address. And they can be addressed at the same time. And to suggest that not requiring a building permit for a hoop greenhouse, it's not an added expense. You don't have to add an expense to it. You don't do it for burn permits. So that's not what we're suggesting by any means. What we're suggesting is putting some tools in place that will allow this county to address the issue. Right now, you don't have anything. Why does it require a building inspector to come out and inspect a deck to be built on a house? He comes out 3 times, and somebody can put up a hoop greenhouses and carry on any kind of business operation under those cover of a hoop greenhouse, and Norfolk County's not interested in putting anything in place to check up on it. And unfortunately, yes, the farmer that's out there doing what he's supposed to be doing, he's going to have the inconvenience of getting a permit. But when you see a hoop greenhouse go up, and you know that he's supposed to have a burn permit, or excuse me, a building permit, you know right away that there's a problem, you better go in and check on it. Simple as that. And if we're talking about simple tools, a collaborative effort by all branches of the county to address this issue. I would suggest sitting back and finding excuses why this will not work is not valid. I'm telling you, it's already being done in East Gwillimbury and it's producing results. And they did it to save themselves a lot of trouble, a lot of headaches. And I would encourage council to look seriously at that, because sitting back and doing what we've done for the last 2 years is not an option anymore. And again, I want to remind you, we're dealing with organized crime that's setting up in a very, very big way in Norfolk County. And to date, council hasn't been very effective on addressing it. Our local police haven't done a thing to address it. It would appear maybe they're getting a little interested now, which is encouraging, but they've got a long ways to go. And unless we have a collaborative effort by members of council and the OPP and start moving and marching in the same direction, this problem is going to get even larger and it's going to cost the county even more. And when it comes to organized crime, it requires all hands on deck. And we've got no hands on deck right now. So I would ask council to consider seriously what I've suggested and what our community group has suggested, because it is a very serious problem and the risk of the residents are at stake here. The safety of our bylaw officers are at stake, and the time to act is now. We cannot wait any longer. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you were looking for somebody to receive the deputation's information,
Yes,
but
sir.
there is also a motion, I think it was circulated by the clerk, to deal with the communications from Ms. France right after this. And maybe we could sort of do those both and read it out to the deputation before we lose them.
Sure.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Whereas illicit cannabis grow operations are a significant issue in many municipalities in Ontario, and whereas there are often significant negative impacts from illicit cannabis operations upon surrounding communities and residents, and whereas the intent of legalizing cannabis was to eliminate the black market, not to allow it to expand with relative impunity, and whereas Norfolk County estimates that there are approximately 70 to 80, I've heard before almost, cannabis operations in our municipality. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor issue a letter to the Prime Minister of Canada, Premier of Ontario, Health Canada, and the Ontario Provincial Police, and that Norfolk County Council request remedies to the current crisis, which may include but are not limited to better regulation and tracking of the prescription of cannabis in Canada by doctors, increased regulatory and enforcement presence by Health Canada, increased OPP resources, and increased funding to municipalities to deal with complaints and bylaw issues generated by illicit cannabis grow operations, and further that a copy of the submission of Debbie France be attached in the Mayor's letter.
And that we received the deputation.
And that the deputation be received for information.
Councillor Van Passen, do you want to provide any additional comments to that? Or it's pretty self-explanatory.
Just, the deputation is made a lot of good points, but we also got to try to solve a bit of the source of the problem, and that's the regulations that higher levels of governments have issued, and I know our mayor has been working on that at any opportunity that I've seen her at with a member of the federal or provincial government, that she makes a point of pointing out their error of their ways, and hope that we can continue that.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, it's moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Columbus.
I want to make a statement. Have you got a seconder for that?
Councillor Huffman.
Okay. Just want to say that I've heard this presentation, I think, the fourth time from Mr. Slack, and I commend him for putting all that effort into it, along with Miss Debbie France, who's been connecting with councillors for a long time already. And I just want to say that every time it's Health Canada that holds the trump card on this whole issue. There's a total disconnect between Health Canada and all levels of government and it is certainly resulting in illegal production of, it's not going out the back door, it is now going out the front door. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. All right, that is it for deputations. We are moving along to staff reports. Staff report CS 20-31. Ms.
Sorry, Chair, there's one staff report CO 2022 respecting cannabis, Norfolk County support role for police for cannabis operation.
Mayor Chop's requesting a 5-minute break. Mr. Burgess, we'll be back. It's 5:18.
2022 is before you, and I'll provide a quick overview. On September 18th, I met with Inspector Fashing of the OPP. He had requested that we consider at the time supporting OPP measures in when they have busts of illegal operations. The request related to tippage fees and providing men and equipment to more efficiently take the evidence that's there and destroy the evidence. I was going to actually take that to our SLT and write something to this council as a memo, but as it would happen, only a few days later, there was an actual bust, which I notified all of council of. The cost there is outlined in the report. The tippage fee alone was just under $10,000, and the labor and equipment hours totaled $22,000. That was a fairly significant bust. After I wrote this report, we were notified that there was a second enforcement activity. I just received the cost today on that. The cost for the second enforcement activity is just under $3,600 with $2,264 in tippage fees and another $1,300 in labor and equipment. I've been supportive of the OPP asks up until this point in time. On October 6th, I did request the OPP to see if they could fund at a minimum the disposal fee cost, because unlike other municipalities where these arrangements are done with the OPP, those municipalities may own their actual dump, and therefore they're just waiving their own tippage fees. We don't own our dump, and Walker Industries or any of our neighboring dumps aren't as generous for us and aren't looking at waiving the fees, so they're charging us the fees. I believe the mayor had noted that during the Police Services Board meeting that there was potential for the OPP to find some revenue sources for that, but that has not been confirmed to me at this point in time. I provided 3 options for council to consider. One is to continue to support the OPP operations and identify budget sources for it. One is to stop supporting the OPP operations and inform the OPP that we're no longer going to support those operations or the cost of those operations. Or C, which is what I'm recommending, is like anything else we do, fix a budget to it and notify the OPP of our fixed budget of what we're willing to contribute to these enforcement measures. And that is report. I put some numbers in the report as a recommendation, but that's really up to council to decide, but I made a preliminary suggestion, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Burgess. And I've had several people have told me that they've seen and followed these dump trucks going to the dump site, I guess. And my question is, why are they harvesting the whole stock? Like, why not just spray it down with a chemical and kill it to reduce the cost and then nip it in the bud, so to speak?
Through the chair to the council, there's a couple of things, and the OPP would have to provide more information on that. The OPP was very specific that they wanted the material buried. I do believe they spray the material before it. One of the reasons why we took the whole stock instead of, it's a trade-off between man hours and equipment and time. So especially in the first busts, you know, there was consideration of shredding and putting everything through a mulcher and reducing what you're carrying. But the man hours would climb significantly to do that. So one of the roads guys, frankly, just used heavy equipment and scooped it up. And what would have normally taken like a week of man hours, they just kind of did it in a day. It does lead to increased tippage fees, though, because we are bearing dirt and we are bearing other materials, but it was that trade-off. Staff internally are looking at other efficiencies, including using different size trucks so we don't have as many man hours tied up. If we can use third-party carriers that have larger trucks than what we have for municipal resources. But you know, when these things happen, we get kind of 48 hours notice, so we need a bit of time to coordinate that. So those are things that we're going to look forward to. We've asked the OPP if there could be other considerations other than a disposal at a third-party tippage fee, or at a third-party place that is frankly 90 minutes away also. They have resisted that. For whatever reasons, and I'm not going to, that's an operational issue for the police and how they deal with enforcement. I'm not questioning it. We presented them a number of different options, but in all cases, they wanted the material buried in a landfill, and there's certain requirements of how much material that they put over top of what they bury. So it must be some type of security issue that the OPP has.
I'm pleased to hear that you're looking at other options too, so thanks.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, Chair, through you. My question, I hope, is an obvious one, but it's been asked of me several times since the cost of the tippage, hours, equipment costs, once they've become known, I've had individuals asking me, how come we're not then charging that back to the illicit operation? There must be a reason why we're not able to just charge that right back to either those that were charged with a criminal offense, or perhaps even the property owner. There must be a reason why we can't then put that, say, on the property taxes, for example. Is there any options that we have for cost recovery, or is this a situation where the event's taken place, we've soaked the cost, and that there's no recovery back from these illicit growers?
Through the chair, it's a good question. We would look at cost recovery if we can attach it to a bylaw charge. That bylaw actually has the ability for us to recover cost on it. So we're still at early stages at this point in time. We may require, actually changes to our rate recovery fees to deal with that. We haven't looked at it at this point in time. And I'm not sure if there is the ability for the OPP to recover the cost. The other challenge I have with this, to be quite frank, is we can attach it to the property taxes, or we can put it through. We've levied some fines on zoning issues, and we want to see if we can adjust that if there was a planning failure on that side too. So we'll take a look at it. Long answer. We'll take a look at it. It may require a few changes to how our bylaws are currently construed, though.
I see you, Councillor Michelli, and then Mayor Chop. What would the OPP do if we didn't help them? And if we set a budget and we're past it or extremely close to it, is that going to then suggest to them that they're not going to do an additional bus this year? Mayor Chop.
Well, just to answer that question, so Inspector Walker, when I asked him at the Police Services Board meeting with Health Canada, very clearly articulated, I believe, Inspector Fashion came to Mr. Burgess and was the comment not that they didn't have a budget locally for destruction, haulage and destruction, but I don't know if it was a slip on Inspector Walker's part, but he very clearly articulated that there is in fact a provincial budget for haulage and destruction. So that's where I don't really support applying this locally when you look at the fact that all of the funds that are generated from cannabis, we were given $165,000 for enforcement from the province, which is not nearly adequate compared to what we've spent. But all of the taxation revenue goes, of course, both provincially and federally. So the province and the federal government pick up all the funds. The OPP at a provincial level has an allocated budget for haulage and destruction, yet somehow they came to us locally and said that there was no money and they needed assistance. So while I can support some assistance with staff time to help OPP out, I struggle with putting this on the local taxpayers' bill.
If Mr. Burgess has anything to add, my thought is also, would that not provide additional pressure when we're continuously calling, emailing, video chatting with upper levels of government if there's a financial burden that's increasing and increasing and increasing from Norfolk County alone? Would that not further support our cause if we're not paying that bill and it's expected of the province?
Yeah, through the chair, I think by participating in this, it does form a bit more of a partnership. I do have some concerns whether the OPP would use this as a special charge for if they're taking special enforcement actions in Norfolk County. And the way the OPP contract is written, or the next one is written, does that mean that they essentially just charge us back for it? On a global level, from an individual taxpayer point of view, you know, whether it comes out of my provincial tax pocket or my municipal tax pocket, I only have one pocket for both those expenditures. So the one thing that this does do, and we can argue over who splits up the cost, and this is no disrespect to my colleagues at the OPP, I would say my roads crew is, you know, and my parks crew are far more efficient and effective in using heavy equipment to get rid of this on a much more timely basis at a much lower rate of labor than the OPP officers would be. So I don't know how else I can politically say that, but my guys would get rid of the stuff quicker, cheaper, and more efficiently than the police would. And I think that's a benefit to the taxpayer. I think, as the previous delegation had said, we need to form a partnership with good bounds, and I do agree with the mayor that it shouldn't be all on the backs of the local taxpayers. I think we should contribute with it. It should be a defined partnership with them so that we are effective in this problem and everyone's got some skin in the game. So that's why I brought this report forward, is to, you know, start to frame out that, you know, the challenge with this is it's happened so quickly from September 18th to today. In less than a month, we've had 2 major busts. We've undertaken this, and no one's actually had time to breathe to say, how do we set this up? We've just been reactionary. So that's why this report is before council.
I guess the only thing I would add, and I could be entirely wrong, but when you look at creating a partnership with them, I feel as though this council did spend money on speed watch signs, and that's something I would continue to support, but there has been a financial component that we have spent to try and support it, and I would additionally be concerned that then we're potentially being billed by the OPP for additional charges for things that are happening on a Norfolk County level, and we're setting a precedent in supporting that and throwing money their way, and there are other things that they could be coming to us asking, making this a similar ask for that might be significantly more than what's suggested in this report, and that would concern me as well. I would like to see other funding flushed out a little bit more, but Councillor Michelli and then Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question is kind of going back to a few previous questions, and it's just a practical thing. Is there any specific reason why the material, and I'm assuming we're talking about the actual cannabis plants that are being, you know, excavated by our heavy equipment, why can't those plants be burned on site and not have to go to a landfill? Is there a specific reason for that? I guess I'm directing that to staff, Madam Chair.
We've asked for a number of different approaches, burying it not at a landfill, at another landfill. We've asked for incineration. My understanding is there used to be areas here, and I don't want to say specific names, but that would incinerate before, but because of what these plants do to you know, to the furnaces that they have with the resins and cooling the furnace, no one's willing to take the material anymore. So you know, it is something we will continue to work with the OPP. If we put the disposal cost back onto the OPP, they might become more creative in how they could, or it might be more acceptable in how they could destroy the product.
Madam Chair, just to add, yeah, and that's kind of the reason I'm asking, Jason, is because way back when, you know, it seems like a long time ago when marijuana was actually illegal, and there were these large enforcements on properties. The product was, in fact, often burned on site. I think some people may remember, and probably Mr. Sonnenberg surely will, but Norfolk County has had a lot of marijuana grown here for a long time. It's no coincidence that these illegal producers that we have now have chosen Norfolk. We are Ontario's garden in that regard. We have lots of good growing time and season for marijuana. And we also, going way back, Norfolk County still, I believe, I would stand corrected, but still holds the record for the largest amount of evidence exclusion in a court case in Canada. I believe that took place, sometime in the early 1990s. And I just happen to remember that was a huge quantity of cannabis that was seized by our OPP, and it was burned on site. So that's kind of the background for why I'm asking.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to, so question, Mr. Burgess, when you were approached to sign this off, obviously they came to you, they said that they needed some assistance, they didn't have a budget for destruction and haulage, which, you know, you recognize that it is a priority of this council to help on these, you know, cannabis enforcement operations. I'm assuming they didn't say to you, we have a provincial budget, but do you mind kicking in for it? They didn't tell you about the provincial budget that Inspector Walker told the Police Services Board.
Yeah, through the chair, my conversation was with with Inspector Fashing. These activities are actually, and he noted that, is actually not led locally, and it is a provincial task force. So he probably did not have the full information, but he did not disclose the budget. As I said, in my report, I did email Inspector Fashing on October 6th requesting the OPP to could fund some of the waste disposal costs. And I know there's been some subsequent discussions, and we'll follow up with them on what budget they could have.
Because Inspector Walker even made the comment when I said, oh, I didn't know that you had a provincial budget. He said, oh, are you looking? And I explained the fact that Norfolk County doesn't own our landfill, and that's why we're subjected to these, tipping fees just like anyone else. And his reply was, I think I can get it right, was, are you looking for a refund? So, I understand the point of our roads guys, this being a benefit in that regard. Like, I could see supporting this from a roads perspective, but I can't see supporting, from an employee rather assistance, but I can't see supporting it from paying for tippage fees when OPP provincially has admitted that they had an allocated budget for this already. Otherwise, the Norfolk County taxpayer is actually going to be paying for it twice. They're going to be paying their tipping fees here, plus they're paying for the portion of the budget provincially for every other municipality.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are just about the comments I wrote over the weekend when I was reading through this, that the recommendation of option C, that we set a maximum budget, but can we not set a maximum budget for the equipment and the labor and zero for the tipping fees? And if they're going to tell us where it has to go and specifically how it has to be done, then they should pay for that on their own, and we'll still offer the support and the assistance, because to the community as a whole, we can do it a lot cheaper than they can, so we'll help out. But the tipping fee should be full responsibility of the OPP, and whether they get that budget locally, provincially, or they wind to the feds and get it from them, I don't care, but we shouldn't have to pay that.
My only additional concern would be that a provincial budget request is met, and then our OPP are in a position where they're not executing on removing these sites from a financial perspective. I wouldn't want that to happen. I would still want dialogue. I would still want them to come to our staff and discuss it with us on next steps. I would not want to see enforcement stop just with cannabis strictly because of a financial burden. Councillor Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, I don't see this as the end-all be-all where, we pass, say, staff gets to help and we're done with the issue. I believe that staff are going to continue on the conversations either way with the OPP to see how this issue is dealt. So I would assume something would come back to us in a year's time, later than that, whatever happens. But as this gets figured out and hashed out a bit more, because as Mr. Burgess said, it was September 18th that this really came to a head. So I feel like we're going to have more information coming forward.
Mayor Chop.
Just to sort of counter your point a little bit, Madam Chair, would just be that I would struggle that if OPP was aware of an illegal operation, that they would not act on their knowledge because they didn't have the money to pay for tipping fees. So I would think there's some ethical obligations on the police that if they had knowledge of such operations taking place, that they would actually have to move on that. And again, the monies that are derived from cannabis revenue are all going into provincial and federal pockets.
Well, that was my question, my first initial question to Mr. Burgess. What happens when they don't have a budget anymore? And we don't have an answer to that, but additionally, we have a significant amount of locations right now in Norfolk County that haven't been interrupted from a police perspective. So I don't have that answer. Councillor Van Passen?
Well, the one answer is municipalities are not allowed to run deficits. The province and the feds can do whatever they want. And the OPP, in theory, is sort of doing their job separate from government control. So if they see a violation of the law, they need to deal with it, and the province needs to make sure that the funding is there to pay for that after the fact, because you can't, stop the police from working just because you don't have any money in the bank account. So I know they do it in the States. They lay off firemen and ambulance operators and police when the municipal budgets are low. That's not the answer that we're looking for in this country.
Councillor Columbus?
Well, if we don't make a decision, most of the operations are busy as bees right now harvesting, the people that have them in hoops in the last week or two, and probably in the next couple of weeks. So if there's no more bust, then there won't be any reason to have a budget for it. But I would support supplying internal salary and public works equipment and limit it at that. And let's see if we can get the OPP, Mr. Walker, there to supply the money for the dumping fees.
Great. You're moving that, Councillor Columbus? Seconded by Councillor Huffman. Oh, is that a comment, Councillor Van Passen, or you were? Okay. Any further comments? Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, and through you to Councillor Columbus, just wondering if you would set a figure to that. Do you want the 22,500?
Well, that 22,500, is that just for 2 operations, was it? Is that the way I read it? Who? Or is it for future operations, the 22,500?
Through the chair, is a good question. It would be for the, that would be our going in proposal for the 2021 budget. We're just dealing, frankly, with our current costs through other savings at this point in time. So that would be what would be going into our 2021 levy budget, which you'll see in December.
Okay, so I don't know if we need to put a number on that because it's going to be what it's going to be. If we're going to look after internal salary and equipment cost.
Mayor Chop.
Well, I think the point is to set a maximum, Councillor Columbus, though, internal salary and equipment costs. Again, otherwise, there is also provincially allocated budget for hauling as well. It wasn't simply destruction. So my suggestion would be then to take out the portion for the waste disposal fees, which I'm hearing there isn't support for, and leave it with the internal salary and equipment set at 22,500.
Madam Chair.
Councillor Huffman? Okay. Okay. Any further comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. Actually, Andy, would you be able to read the motion in full? Actually, I can read it. That option C of report CAO 20-22 be endorsed, and that the maximum amount of budget be set at 20, and internal salary and equipment costs be set at $22,500, and that staff be directed to inform the OPP of these budget amounts. All in favor? And that's carried. Opposed? Thank you. Okay, moving on now, I believe we're actually on staff report CS 20-31. Ms. Darlington, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Little echoing.
That's okay, we can hear you.
The proposed 2021-2030 capital plan to be considered by council on October 27th, 2020, includes a capital project item for Project Domis. The purpose of this report is to provide council with an overview of Project Domis and identify next steps as part of the project deliverables. At the onset of COVID-19, Norfolk County, in compliance with provincial orders, directed staff to work from home where feasible and ensured physical distancing orders. Businesses across all industries have had to relook and transform how they operate due to COVID. Work from home and Zoom-type meetings are now part of our culture. The pandemic has presented an opportunity for the county to modernize its approach to office environments while ensuring better and more efficient services to the community. As the report outlines, Domus means house or home in Latin, and the reference in this particular project links to looking at ways to increase the ability to have a higher percentage of our workforce work from home and in more flexible work arrangements. The working group conducted significant analysis on the potential to reduce the county's total administrative footprint, keep more staff working remotely where feasible, and improve synergies to allow for a multidisciplinary team to develop. The goals of the project, as outlined in the report, include to align functions and use the space the county has more efficiently, foster stronger cross-departmental relationships, creating synergies that can lead to innovation, assist with attracting, recruiting, and retention of staff, create resiliency within the organization, provide better and more efficient services to the community, and rationalize the number of existing facilities and look to a long-term strategy. Detailed analysis was completed on a number of county facilities as part of Project Domus, and several recommendations have been outlined for various facilities in your report. Space planning analysis has been completed and a mixed use of dedicated and shared workspaces, private bookable offices, touchdown offices, and collaborative workspaces meeting rooms have been planned. From a human resources perspective, the work from home remote work model varies from department to department and employee to employee, depending on the position, type of services provided, and customer needs. HR is in the process of developing several policies and procedures to sustain a work from home model, including positions that can and cannot accommodate a work from home model, responsibilities for employees and supervisors, the allocation and use of county equipment, security and confidentiality of documents and accessing programs, health and safety guidelines and expectations when staff members are working remotely. There are numerous benefits to employees, the county, and citizens with a remote work or work from home model, many of which have been outlined in the report. Our staff have identified benefits from working from home, and productivity has been impressive. At the onset of the pandemic, and very quickly, available technology was deployed to make it possible for staff to work remotely, stay connected, and to some degree answer calls from their workstation as if they were in the office. However, we're at a point where IT has identified several infrastructure needs, enhancements, and technologies required to support a more permanent work from home model, or remote workforce, and video and phone collaboration. In order to implement and sustain a permanent work from home remote work model and the transition of staff to the facilities considered in the recommendation moving forward, consideration of a capital budget of $745,000 has been proposed in the 2021-2030 capital plan. Financial Services has provided a very detailed return on investment for the project in the finance comments. I do want to note that there are a number of savings and efficiencies not captured in the analysis that is known but is too hard to quantify at this time. Items such as mileage and travel time have not been included in this return on investment. Project Domus also provides a foundation to allow the county to capture significant future savings with lease space requirements and a longer-term facility rationalization strategy. Financial Services has identified that the current funding for this project would be funded from the levy-supported operating budget. However, staff continue to review available funding opportunities as they arise. In closing, the project serves as an initial phase for administrative and operational office space utilization and is intended to provide an opportunity to reduce operational costs, lower capital costs, increase efficiencies, and optimize service delivery to the community. I'd like to extend my appreciation to the working group who have provided significant work and analysis to this project, and staff will assist with any questions that committee may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. Any questions? Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this question will be better for Shelley or for our CAO, but one of the items in the report refers to the closing of the Langton Administration Building. And we heard earlier in a presentation regarding our budget committee that there was going to be a pop-up opportunity in the Port Rowan Library to replace some of the services that the Langton Administration Building would offer. I see in this current report that the staff from the Langton Administration Building have been redeployed to the Robinson Street Building. And I'm just wondering if, and I do notice also in this report that there is going to be a pop-up service available at the Delhi Administration Building for the West End pop-up office or organization. I'm just wondering if the plan is still to have the pop-up service at the library in Port Rowan. Thank you.
I'll start, Chair. The Langton pop-up is likely to be at the community center or at the arena for those services. How pop-up services get deployed will be subject to a subsequent report at this point in time. Delhi would serve as a base for potentially multiple days of customer service in Delhi, and then a day in Langton, a day in Port Rowan. So that is the intent, is to move forward with multiple areas of service that wasn't provided service before.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Burgess. So just to be clear, there's going to be a pop-up service at the community center in Langton, and then another day in Port Rowan.
Potentially, yeah. We'll define that, but our initial plans going in right now is that there would be service at Langton and Port Rowan and Delhi for the West End.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Burgess, I guess you'd be the person to answer this. In those spots, will there be a computer terminal and a desk for, say the bylaw officers that work that West End? Will they have that capability to work from at that pop-up?
Through the chair, yeah. The intent is not just there, but across all our facilities, there would be what we call touchdown desks, where employees can touch down at any location and undertake their work. Some of the technology, such as Follow Me printer, that way they can print from anywhere any building that they go into. They don't need to set up, how they print. No, when this gets rolled out, the intent is so that employees, they're not fixed to a particular building, and it wouldn't just be bylaw. For example, let's say there's a significant meeting with a taxpayer with regards to a planning item. A planner could go to the community center in Langton, set up shop for the day, and it's no different than he'd be working at his desk from RAB. That's the intent of being, that's the intent of this mobile technology. So they won't necessarily have a fixed computer. They would most likely have a laptop that they would take with them that can be plugged in.
I take it that the Delhi office will continue to be open 5 days a week for service to the West End?
Through the chair, that's not what we're looking at preliminary at this point in time. We're looking at service to the West End on a full week basis, but it might not be So 5 days a week service in the West End, but it might not be all 5 days in Delhi. It might be some days in Delhi, some days in Langton, some days in Port Rowan. Those haven't been determined. That customer service strategy rollout is would be subject to a different report and for council to decide at that point in time. And then, there's always the ability to make appointments. That the Delhi, it's subject to the other report. The Delhi building is planned to be repositioned for different operations at this point in time.
Just to share with you, I know it's been closed because of COVID, but people in Delhi are expecting it to be reopened. And I've spoken with Ms. Darlington about that several times already. My other question is with respect to working from home. It says here, provides possible income tax benefits for employees. Can you expand on that statement?
Sure, it's been a long time since I practiced personal tax, but there are, if the employer requires the employee to work from home, and there's internally we'll have designations about how many days that to meet that threshold. Under the Tax Act, the employee is entitled to have certain tax deductions from their premises. So it requires forms to be filled out by both the employer and the employee to do that. There's tax implications for the employee on the expenses, but also for the employee who can work from home. There's a whole bunch of other benefits that might not be taxable. They don't have to potentially commute in as much. They can have a bit more flexible schedule to their to their day, which improves work-life balance for the employee. Selfishly, from an employer's point of view, as outlined in the report, we talk about attracting and retaining talent. We've lost talent, frankly, because we didn't offer remote work capabilities. If you look at in-demand positions like engineers or IT programmers, where they work from really doesn't mean anything anymore. And offering the ability for these to attract talent from from other areas and still contribute to Norfolk County will be an important part of our HR strategy going forward.
The last question, Mr. Burgess, is with respect to the fire administration, the paramedic administration moving to Delhi. How many employees would that include?
I'm going to turn this to Marlene Watson and Shelley because they actually have they have all the allocations by building for that. So I'll turn to them for their input.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Columbus. There's 16 in that paramedic and headquarters administration that would be transitioning over to the Delhi administration building. But as the report mentions, it also includes the customer service hub for the West End and the call center, one number customer service inquiry team. So the proposed total number of employees at the Delhi administration building would be 26 in total.
Thank you for that.
Any further questions? Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How would this work in the context of mileage where an employee was formerly assigned to go to the Langton building and now they're going to travel between multiple locations? Like, that was one of the reasons that we moved to the vehicles for the bylaw officers, was to reduce our mileage payouts. Is it now just assumed if you're in this model that you may have to go to different locations?
Through the chair, yes, so if your primary work location is from home, that would be the case. You may still be, other employees may still be assigned a home location. We still see the potential for a reduction in mileage, because what would happen is bylaw officers would have one home location. They would all go there for their 9 a.m. meeting and then disperse to the county to their patrol zones. Currently, what we're doing to be efficient is that Mr. Milson that runs his meetings, everyone's at home, and they go to their patrol zones direct from the meeting. So they're not going to an office and then going back to patrol zone.
Okay, so, but in the case of bylaw officers, I thought they all had vehicles at this point.
Yeah, for the ones that have vehicles, then it's a company vehicle,
So
it doesn't matter.
in another department other than bylaw, so now as opposed to the employee that was going just directly to the Delhi Administration Building, now instead of going to the Delhi Administration Building, they're going to Delhi Administration, plus they're going to Port Rowan, plus they're going to wherever, Langton.
Yeah, that would be correct. So if they're doing pop-up in one, they would have a home location, and then they would have a home location, for example, Delhi, and then if one day a week they're in Langton, then they would have
So there would be no mileage in that. That would be your work location on that. So 3 days a week you're from home, 3 days a week one day a week your office is in Delhi, one day a week your office is in Port Rowan.
It depends on how like, if customer service is on a fixed schedule, it would depend on how we run that out. But if it's an engineer, for example, or a planner, it's no different than today. A planner would still go out to Langton today. In theory, he would be entitled to mileage from Rab to Langton today. It just gives them a bit more ability to move. The difference would be from home versus the home location.
Yeah, it just seems that now we're creating more opportunities for more traveling as opposed to people coming to the Norfolk County offices. Now it just would be more feasible for an individual to meet at whatever community center. But now there's mileage being billed every time. So we're looking for efficiencies. I'm just concerned now with, I hadn't really thought about this before, but in terms of what additional costs we're going to incur as, you know, meetings instead of being scheduled at their, if it's just their home location, every time they go to an office for a meeting with a member from the public, now it's going to be billable mileage.
Well, we face billable mileage with a split of all our administration buildings. So every time I have an SLT meeting or every time staff come here for a council meeting, I'm pulling staff from Delhi, you know, like they're all coming from different administration buildings to come to one spot. So we're already having those interchanges of travel for work. The benefit of, you know, doing more work from home and providing the tools so that they don't actually have to physically be in person. That's the shift, is to move to more online meetings, having sufficient tools so that we don't have to get in a room all the time to have those meetings. That's it, and working from the most logical location. So instead of having your home location be where you are, you get to move to the most logical location with touchdown, you know, with touchdown stations located in all the buildings. So the hope is that this would actually reduce our travel costs going forward.
So would you not be able, so, okay, then perhaps I'm misunderstanding this. So then you could designate in a 5-day work week, 3 days a week, your designated office is your home, 2 days a week, your designated office is cab. And on the 2 days that you're designated for cab, there is no mileage requirement then. That's the same as going to the office like somebody that was working at a cab currently. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct, yeah. And there's certain rules around the tax implications of that and how that gets deployed, but yes, that is correct.
That was going to be on the similar vein to one of my questions. So in the report, it comments about how each, you know, manager would be able to provide, touch base with their own team and their own staff and know who's working from home what day and not the next. Would there be some type of in-house policy that would stipulate something similar to what Mayor Chop is saying? 3 days a week, you are in office, in person, and this is home base. However, on day 3, you're at a touchdown desk of these 3 choices, and 2 days a week you must work from home. Will there be some kind of consistent policy regardless of the department you work in if we roll this out?
Through the chair to the chair, there will be policies developed. I'm not going to say that they're going to be as restrictive or as tight as what you're saying. Flexible work arrangements means, you know, make your work make sense. If we drew the line in the sand at 3 days a week. If you can work from home 3 days or more a week, then you'd be designated a work from home individual. That doesn't mean that every week you're going to be in the office 2 days. You may go 2 weeks where you're in the office, you're not in the office at all. And then because you're on a project, the following week, you may be 5 days in a week, all 5 days in the following week, working with the project team. The concept of this is, there are times when you can be efficient working in your office. There's times when you need to be within a group, and this provides the full suite of abilities to be flexible with how you work, and to make sure that it's as efficient as possible so that we don't do that. So will there be rules? Yeah. Will they be consistent? Yes, but they want to be as prescriptive as what you're outlining.
Any further questions or comments to Mr. Burgess? Okay, seeing none. May I have a motion on the staff recommendation, or does someone wish to present an alternative? Councillor Rabbits.
I would move staff's recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Michelli. Any further discussion or debate? I guess I would just like to provide, this is kind of a sitting on the fence comment to make, but I really like this idea. I think that it might be a bit of a silver lining with COVID, where we've been able to give something like this a bit of a trial run, a pilot project per se, but it's an investment in our staff and in the corporation at large. I think Mr. Burgess is right. There are more people looking for this type of work environment.
Councillor Martin, I'm going to call a point of order again. There is no debate by the chair.
I didn't think you were paying attention there on your cell phone, Mayor Chop. Let's call the vote. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. As I was saying, I think that a lot of people are used to this type of work environment where they've had it before previously, and then when they switch employment, they're looking to continue with that level of flexibility. My on-the-fence comment would be, it does come at a high price, but again, I guess I would say to anyone in opposition of this report, or anyone with concerns at home, that it's an investment in the corporation, and I look forward to giving that flexibility to staff.
Point of privilege. I, in fact, was not on my cell phone, Councillor Martin. I was sitting here listening to your speech. So, moving on.
The next staff report is CAO 20-23, Realignment of Organizational Structure.
Just notice I don't have the report in my package, so I'm going to apologize for that. I'll go by this, but there was a PowerPoint presentation that was to be loaded up that I circulated to council on Monday. So if we can cue that up.
Apologies, I'm just getting it up right now for you.
Microphone, please, Mr. Burgess.
Sorry, I'll start with the overview, and then we'll catch up to the presentation. So the realignment of the organizational structure came about for a number of reasons. One is some observations that I made, frankly, going back to before I was CAO and I was here working through the budget process, just asking some questions. And, the nature of the organizational structure of Norfolk County, and then overlay that with a number of the key issues that Norfolk County is facing. And So now I see the presentations there. So the key observations were, there was silos in the county. It's funny, when I asked, and I won't name any names, but when I asked sometimes why certain things were structured a certain way, it became very clear that the structure was more GM and personality driven, and not necessarily organizationally structured driven. The quote on the far side of the slide is a quote that I always go back to when I did organizational structures, and it's about communication flow. And I think we need strong communication flow. Oh, thanks, Andy. Strong communication flow, and that's a key when you're looking at an organizational structure. Is it structured the same way that employees are communicating and should be working together? If it's not, it's generally an ineffective structure. So trying to eliminate some of those traditional silos was one of the keys. Looking for ways for synergies and innovation is a key. I call it, creative collisions. And the best example I can give this council, I've always come from a work environment, frankly, where multifunctional teams is just part of the way you do business. You bring in a number of different eyeballs with different skill sets to look at a problem, and you come up with a better solution. And I think a lot of the ahas that staff had, when I talk about this, could be found, during the COVID crisis when they're around the EOC table. People would comment on, an operations department talking to finance and talking to procurement, and finding out, oh, geez, well, here's a better way to solve the problem, because all the right minds and tools were at the table. So being able to create those, what I call, creative collisions, and the format for that is a key item for that, because that's what leads to innovation and synergies. Organizations are always talking about, we need to be more innovative, we need to be more creative. But what's the foundation to become more innovative? You just don't walk into work one day and say, I'm going to be innovative today. It's not how it works. You need an environment. Innovation, for the most part, happens not because you sat down to think about being innovative. It's about working with other groups, getting different viewpoints, and working through problems together. Capital planning and execution. This council just looked at a water study that is proposing significant increases going forward. And I would suggest the reason that we're so backed up on that side of it was we didn't really have strong asset management planning or capital planning. This council has also seen a number of issues going forward or in the past where we did not have a good control of costs and a good control of projects. When I look at this organization, we underinvest in asset management, and we underinvest in capital management. I'll pick on Jason Gottby by name. He's the general manager of Public Works, and he's set up to fail. He has to manage multi-million-dollar projects that are critical to the success of this county, but at the same point in time, he has to field calls on potholes and line painting issues and parking issues and all that. And you get distracted from the day-to-day operations, and that takes away from, those 2 and 3 year capital builds. So by carving out capital planning, and having a distinct focus and a group attached to that will lead to better success on very big dollar items. Customer service was the other key item. Customer service was a strategic priority for this council. Our customer service strategy was decentralized, if I were to use a consulting-y type of term. I might, if I was so blunt, I might say in some cases an unorganized customer service strategy. I used to sit downstairs when I was still here at M&P, and I don't know how many times I counted, people would come into our main floor here and then be redirected over to RAB. At the end of the day, that doesn't happen in other organizations. If I call Bell, to get, service, I'm not calling 3 different numbers. I'm calling one, 310 Bell and they can warm transfer me through that. So the one window approach, we ran a pilot project on it. It had its issues, it had its challenges, without a doubt, management's looking at that. It also had its successes. And when you look at the polling numbers that we did in that previous report, there was two things people asked for without a doubt. One was one number to call and more IT tools so that you can do more self-service. Self-service is a trend that has gone on in every other industry, and having someone be able to book their kids, summer camp sessions online at night in their pajamas or in their bathtub or whatever, that's something that we need to facilitate. But having that customer service centrally focused is key. So those were some of the key observations. So the goals was to create focus on our engineering and capital projects, elevate customer service, and create that platform for for innovation. And this reorganization does that. So next slide. So the first department that we'll talk about is the operations department. So this is a carve out of our existing community and emergency services department and our public works department. So the stuff that's day-to-day operations, that is going to be put under one department. This is going to lead to some synergies and efficiencies. So if you are a grass cutter today in community emergency services and you're one in roads, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we'll be able to align the resources of those similar skill sets and deploy them as needed. This should reduce on our requirement for some third-party contractors as we get more efficient. We still use a lot of third-party contractors for different services, and should reduce on our overtime, because one GM can then redeploy the resources to the need at that time without incurring overtime or without incurring third-party contractors. So those efficiencies would be captured there. And the next one is the other side of public works, which is capital projects, asset, and environmental management. For the record, all these names will change. The departments will create their new names, but we just put these names in for now. And as I stated before, this is going to take all our engineering and put it under one roof. So our development engineering team, which is sitting in planning right now, will move to this team with dotted line responsibility back to planning, because that connection is still important. But then we'll have that pool of engineering talent that can then be deployed on capital projects, on development engineering projects. If there's swings in some of that workload, we can facilitate some resource reallocation between the two of them. We also think that in each of these items, there are some positions that will redeploy to higher benefit or higher need issues. So we want to free up one FTE there and redeploy it to more active project management and asset management position within that department. But the key here is that there will be a focus team focused on essentially, in the next 10 years, we conservatively have more than $500 million in capital projects. And, it doesn't take much, frankly, to be off by 10% if you're not dedicated to that. And 10% of $500 million will lead to much bigger issues than having that one additional person there. And that's what we got to look at. I believe we have underinvested in our capital asset team, and for the significance that this is, we need to do a better job at it. Asset management, I'll remind council, and this will be part of the budget process, it is now not a nice to have, it's a requirement. It's a need to have by the province. And every community and every organization is going through this adjustment to get a better handle on their asset management. When the budget process comes through, you'll see that we don't even know all of our assets at this point in time. And that shouldn't happen. We should know exactly what all our assets are, where they are, when they put in. we have a fudge factor in there for assets before a certain date, frankly. And, you know, that's really, we'll live with it, we'll move on, but that's not how we should have operated as a county going forward. This department will have that focus going forward. Next one is the customer service team. I spoke about this at length. I think, you know, at the end of the day, I always say, well, you know, when I challenge my team, you know, I'm a sports guy, so I call it inside baseball, but in reality, the taxpayer really doesn't care how we do our jobs inside the four walls. All they care about is they want certain things to be done. They might not appreciate all the steps and requirements that are there to do a particular task, but they need to present with a problem, and they don't need to figure out, or they shouldn't have to be educated in how to work their problem through our system. We need a one-window approach that does that. The other thing that I think other organizations do that we don't do is they don't use customer service as a strategic information tool. If you've consolidated all of your customer service into one window and you start tracking the stats, good organizations start to take a look at what is the experience and what are the complaints that are being issued. What are the challenges? What's the feedback? And if you can harness that information, you can actually reshape your strategy and reshape how you execute stuff. But if this information is spread across 5 different departments, you can never actually muster that information in a consolidated viewpoint to actually use it effectively. This will allow us to be more strategic. The creation of the customer service department, I will say from a reorganization point of view, creates the biggest, will create the biggest amount of change within the organization. And most of the other changes, it's the same person doing the same job, they just might be moving to a different location or a different department. In customer service, many of our customer service people or people that were responsible for customer service, it was 0.2 of their job or 0.25 of their job, or they just covered a phone at lunchtime or this and that. You can't pull 0.2 of a person into a call center. It's impossible. So this one has the biggest amount of impact. Each department is giving up FTEs to fund, or to transfer over, I should say, to the customer service department on a permanent basis. And that will include a centralized call center and centralized customer locations. The key is for customer service is, you know, if we can triage 70%, 80% of all the calls and all the requirements and deal with that on a one-call basis, that will be a massive improvement from what we're doing today. So if you come in and you say, I need to pay my property taxes and I need to get, you know, another permit, and one person can handle both of those issues for you, that is a massive advantage. And that's what we're trying to shoot for. If we can't deal with it at the one window, it's a warm transfer to another department. And then when we get very sophisticated with it, we can track each and every incident to make sure that each and every incident was resolved. We're not there at this point in time. We're still at beginning steps, but you need to have the platform in place to move forward. The next one, Andy. Parks, Recreation, and Museum. These departments will move into planning, and in the case of Museum and Heritage, it's back to planning. This will also include transit. And this is around creating the concepts of complete communities. And so the operations department will make sure that the arena ice is made, that the doors are open, that the HVAC is working, that the change rooms are clean. That's an operational function. Dealing with large user groups, figuring out strategically what is our park strategy, what should be our recreational strategy, that will be for this department, and creating the recreational programs that are there. So that will follow up to, or that will flow into planning and development. And as this council knows, part of economic development is about creating a community people want to be part of. And part of being that complete community needs to include recreation, needs to include heritage. And putting it all under one roof allows for that more cohesive, complete community strategy. Emergency services, fortunately or unfortunately for Sarah and Gord, they'll have to report directly to me under this structure. The fire chief and his team will assume more of an EOC responsibility going forward. That was actually put into their job description earlier. And the EOC, the primary EOC, will actually be located in the Delhi location. It's a good location for the primary EOC, and then we'll move our secondary EOC out of what's currently Langton now to Gab at that point in time. The reality is emergency services are very prescribed by the province. Those are two business units, frankly, that don't interact with other business units. They are kind of, I don't want to, they are, Chief Page will probably kill me, but they are a little special. I mean that in a unique way, a unique way. They just don't interact as much with other departments. So having them report up to the CAO's office makes a bit of sense. It will allow them to be a bit more efficient with some of their requests. They can just go right to the CAO and they can move forward. Investing more in bylaw. We did test out during COVID the concept of a bylaw supervisor. Part of this restructuring will allow us to develop a permanent FTE to make that supervisor position permanent in the organization. We'll be moving bylaw into the clerk's department over the next few years. Ensuring, and I don't want to sound like a politician, but ensuring that, we really look at our bylaws, ensuring that there's not a lot of red tape, that they're very practical. That whole kind of bylaw redevelopment process is something that should be a focus by having both clerks and the actual bylaw team under the same roof, working on that, working on those issues in consultation with our solicitor and other departments. I think will be key to being successful on that. If you look at the projects that clerks have, it's not just that, but licensing and the parking projects are all things that intertwine very much with bylaw. Drainage, I'll be blunt. This area has been a challenge. We've had items not billed for more than a decade. We've had challenges with how we've administered the program. We needed to make a change in that department. For that, what we've done is the day-to-day drain maintenance will be part of operations. The capital or construction will be part of our capital project team. And the administrative function of that will move into finance so that there's more oversight as far as to the billing and collections of drains. So that department does get pulled differently. It is to provide more oversight, transparency into that, function for the county. It also will line up nicely with the actual day-to-day tasks for each of the groups. So, we've always stressed that the intent of this particular reorganization, or I prefer to use the term realignment, was not a headcount reduction. But what I will say is I think what will happen, like any time you do one of these realignments, you become inefficient for a period of time. And we're planning on some inefficiency for a period of time until this gets all adjusted and normalized through. But once the teams are there and embedded, there will be greater opportunities for some efficiencies. There are some efficiency gains that we've redeployed, where we've eliminated positions that don't make sense anymore. And in the current structure, we've realigned them to higher priority needs. In some cases, there is some salary savings on that. It's not big dollars, but it is there. But the intent was really to take what we have and realign them to be more effective and more efficient going forward. If there's savings that can be attributable going forward, that's something for a future council and future management to take a look at. Otherwise, I think what you'll see where you'll see the efficiency gains, frankly, is if the guys who are cutting grass are more efficient at cutting grass, we'll use less third-party contractors, and we'll pick up some dollars there. It won't necessarily be a further headcount reduction. It'll just be, we'll do, the more with less. I think you'll see efficiency gains on the capital side by, having a more thought-out capital plan. So that, another council doesn't walk into a situation where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we have a $17 million emergency repair, or we have oh, by the way, our water plant's only at 50% capacity, and we have to stop construction. Those should never be surprises. And, I'm not going to go back in time, but, we need to invest in having, the right people dedicate the right amount of time to avoid those issues. It's not how you run, frankly, a $100 million corporation with $1 billion worth of assets out there. Those are where I think the pickups will be. I also think, frankly, again, I think in a year's time, customer service will be significantly better than it is today. And that doesn't save you $1, that doesn't save you a penny, that doesn't save you anything, but it does provide better service for the exact same dollars that we're paying out. But it will take some time. The way I do my reorganizations is I'm not overly prescriptive. What we've done here is, we've talked to staff, we've looked at the issues, we've looked at the opportunities, and frankly, I'm going to be very clear, as CAO, I do very little. A lot of these ideas, a lot of these concepts, the concept of operations department, Norfolk had that at one point in time. Other communities have it. The concept of customer service, that's been kicked around here for years. My biggest role here was just to say yes to staff and challenge them and work it out. And the staff will work out the finer details, exactly how some of these departments will work, exactly how the interactions are, what are some of the responsibilities of corporate service versus an acting department. Those details will be worked out by the people who are dealing with this on a day-to-day basis. It won't be a top-down mandated approach. We put the people together, in the right rooms or in the right locations, and they'll figure out the details. And that will take 6-7 months before we're fully operational going forward. But all the staff realize that day-to-day business carries on, and for the average taxpayer, they shouldn't see any difference, and that's why we're not doing this in a rush fashion. We need to run our businesses tomorrow and the next day, and we'll slowly move into this realignment going forward. So with that, I'll end my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Huffman. Oh, sorry, Councillor Huffman. Councillor Columbus is first. I'll have you up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions. The first one, Mr. Burgess, is this then a made in Norfolk plan, or did you get some ideas from some other municipalities within the province of Ontario to follow this setup that you're proposing?
Through the chair, part of it is a made in Norfolk plan. Everything is customized to Norfolk and the realities. We do look at best practices. One window is a best practice. There are other municipalities that use a centralized operations department. From my days consulting, Aurelia uses a central operations department. Oshawa uses a centralized operations department. The capital team is used by a number of municipalities, including Haldimand. The interesting thing is when we were going through this, we just recently poached Mr. King, who retired on one day from Haldimand and showed up to work here the next day. And when we were walking through this, his comment was, can't believe, kind of like, this is great, I'm used to this, it's a very effective thing. So were some things copied? Yes. I don't want to use that term, but, there is certainly customization to Norfolk. And I think what's more important is each of the departments will take this organizational structure and then personalize it to how it makes best fit for them and how they actually do their activities going forward. So I would say that, sorry, long answer to a quick question, but the long answer is, yes, other municipalities have similar structures, maybe not exactly the same way, but it'll be more of a made in Norfolk when the operational details get sorted out by each of the departments.
Thank you. And my second question, you mentioned about being lean and efficient, and you mentioned Mr. Godby perhaps gets calls on potholes, and I know he gets calls on potholes because I've sent them there. So, but we've forgotten about the fact that we've had so many vacancies in public works that are just being filled now. And I'm pleased to see that we've actually got that position filled, I think, with Mr. Godby, the way it reads here. So we can't forget the fact that we've had all these vacancies and our staff has worked through all that over this long period of time. I know there was several in public works, and there was several in the planning department. So hopefully once we get them filled, we'll continue on. Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to Mr. Burgess. How close are we to, with the Project Domis and with this restructuring plan, to getting everything in an organizational chart? Is that in the near future?
Through the chair, we did have an org chart developed for this, but not with the Project Domis overlay. And we update our internal website. So once Project Domis, which was approved now and goes to council going forward, it'll probably be a week after that, we can update our org charts for that.
Okay, and then just making sure if we were able to all get a copy in our mailbox, that would be great. I love organizational charts.
My only caveat will be the organizational realignment is going to be effective January 1st, but as certain things might not move exactly on January 1st. So just make sure you may still have to call somebody else for a certain issue for a period of time, just to make sure that we don't get tested too early.
No problem.
Any further questions to Mr. Burgess? Okay, seeing none. Does anyone wish to move that the report be accepted for information? Councillor Michele, Councillor Taylor, all those in favor? Carried. Staff report CES 20-18, Delhi Township Senior Center Club. Mr. Cridlin, whenever you're ready.
I saw him walking with a mop about 5 minutes ago, so.
Apologies, it'll be Susie Ray. Susie, I think you're ready to go. Whenever you're ready, we're set.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the report before you, in summary, explains that the Delhi Township Senior Citizens Board, who've operated from the Delhi Friendship Center for many years, has decided to cease operations recently and to request council decision to maintain service in this community. I'd like to formally acknowledge the tireless work of the staff and board of the Delhi Senior Citizens Club for delivering great programming to seniors in Delhi for many, many years. So outside of the report, but important to mention. This center is an approved seniors active living center by the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility, therefore is eligible for annual funding for maintenance and operations, as well as special grant funding. In order to maintain this funding conduit and to continue to provide programming to older adults and seniors in Delhi and the surrounding area, Norfolk County has the opportunity to request transfer, of this SALC to the municipality. It is the intention that the center will once again be operated by an independent board with county staff serving as a liaison role. The request before council today is to seek support in providing services to seniors in Delhi, and specifically to approve the recommendations to establish a transfer payment agreement with the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility in order to salvage the provincial funding conduit and rebuild the opportunity for programming in Delhi. The ministry requires written support from the municipality to proceed, and I would respectfully request this endorsement tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Susie. Any questions from committee to staff? Seeing none. Does someone wish to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Mayor Chop. Any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, Councillor Columbus? Sorry.
Just wanted to make a comment with respect to this whole thing. As this report indicates, it is time sensitive, actually past due date. And there were 100 members there at one time, and I believe in part this is a victim of the COVID times that's created this situation because they are seniors. Thank you.
Okay, call the vote. All in favor? And that's carried. Next up, staff report PW 20-44. Mr. Godby, always stop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to council and committee. Report in front of you today is with regards to an all-way stop condition at College Street West and John Street in Waterford. Essentially what's happened here is through the reconstruction works that are happening in this area of Waterford, some road geometry at the intersection has changed to make more of a 90-degree type angles at this intersection. As a result, staff have concerns with regards to sight lines and the fact that there was not an all-way stop condition at this kind of half-cocked triangular intersection before. So we are here to recommend that upon completion of the reconstruction works in this area of town that we are actually permitted to put up a three-way or all-way stop condition at this intersection, and are asking for your direction to do so, as well as to pass the necessary bylaws. If there are any questions, I will gladly answer them.
Thanks, Jason. Any questions? Seeing none. Does anyone wish to move the recommendation printed on page 65? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Huffman. Any further comments? All in favor? Carried. That's you, Mr. Godby. PW 20-52, intersection control.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to committee. This is another instance where we're looking for the establishment of an all-way stop condition. This is at the intersection of Argyle Street at Lyndale Road / Wilson Drive in Simcoe. This dates back to 2018 from a deputation that came before council with regards to some pedestrian safety concerns with some of the new residential development that has occurred in the area. As a result, engineering staff took a look at this and had some analysis done by a road safety consultant. Essentially, they came back with two options for us, one being an all-way stop condition, the other one being a formalized, established pedestrian crossing. When the engineer looked at the various aspects, for maintenance and visibility and cost and everything, they came up to the conclusion that essentially either one of those two solutions would effectively deal with the situation. As a result, primarily driven by cost at this point, we are looking at the fact that an all-way stop condition can be implemented for approximately $2,000 as opposed to a signalized pedestrian crossing at approximately $60,000. It is our recommendation that council provide direction and pass the bylaws that we can establish an all-way stop condition at this intersection and hopefully improve the safety and some of the concerns of the residents in that area. If I have any questions, I will gladly take them.
Questions to Mr. Godby? Seeing none. Anyone wish to move the recommendation? Councillor Rabbits, Councillor Taylor. Further discussion or comments? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you. I just wanted to, pay credit where credit is due, and staff were quite responsive due to the deputation safety for Siler seniors. And when I was running for council, I always looked at council, and when they were approving of consultants and passing of reports, there was times where I thought to myself, they've spent these monies to consult, but they don't seem to be listening to the advice that they're receiving back. Maybe it was due to budgetary constraints, you name the issue. But this is an example of your council working for you, hiring a consultant to address a safety concern, and us coming to a reasonable conclusion that doesn't place an extraordinary burden on the taxpayer. So I just wanted to pay credit where credit is due. This was a good project, and I'm glad to see an increase in safety at that particular street corner. So that's why I'm moving the report, and I want to thank staff for their good work on this topic.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, and through you, I'd just like to say that I have gotten a fair number of concerns from individuals down Lindell further from this intersection, and have been requesting something like this to help break that gap up from SES to Donley. So I think this is going to be very beneficial for the safety of the community there. So thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comments. All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Godby, Staff Report PW 20-53 Connecting Link Program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to committee. This report is with respect to funding application that the county is looking to submit, and we need your council's blessing. Essentially, we are looking for, as the section of James Street through Delhi is a connecting link area of Highway 3. We're looking to get, put that project forward. We've currently done King Street through to James Street. We're doing James Street down to Argyle Street is proposed for next year. This would be the final phase of essentially what is all of Highway 3 through the community of Delhi. And we're asking your permission to submit this for funding to the MTO's Connecting Links program. And with that, should it be successful, we will report back and proceed with the project. If there are any questions, I will gladly answer them.
Questions? Councillor Columbus?
Well, I'd have to be brain bankrupt if I didn't support this one. I would be pleased to move the recommendation and as printed. And this is an extremely deteriorated road condition. If you've driven down it lately, you'll know it's been patched up again a couple weeks ago. There's manhole covers that come loose all the time. People call me at 3 in the morning saying that they're woke up by transport trucks hitting these manhole covers, bouncing their house around. And there are as many as 10 to 13,000 vehicles a day across James Street going east and west. It's been recorded at times, so it's past due. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Taylor. Any further discussion? All in favor? And that's carried. Staff Report CAO 20-21, Friday the 13th update. Andy?
Thank you, Chair Martin. So this report is just an update on the report done last month. Certainly a lot has happened in a month related to COVID-19. We now have our medical officer of health kind of weighing in saying that people should not attend here. And we've got a letter sent off to the province requesting their input, but I don't believe we've received a response at this time from that letter. So staff are recommending that we just take measures to try to quell the event as much as possible.
Any comments or questions? Mayor Chop.
Just further to the conversation earlier about directing OPP, I'm sure council, I've received several emails. I've seen a lot of stuff on social media as well from some very concerned residents that wish to see, roadblocks or OPP direction to limit people arriving into town if it was a nice day. So I want it to be very clear that I, as the mayor, do not have the authority to order OPP to establish barricades, nor does council. However, if it is the wish of council to, again, provide some sort of clear statement to OPP of their expectations on that day, I would suggest now or at the subsequent council meeting would be the time to do so.
Councillor Huffman, did you?
First, I didn't hear the end of Mayor Chop.
Well, it's just my concern. There's a number of residents that have expressed this concern. So I'm not here saying one way or another. I'm just saying that, you know, we don't have the authority to tell OPP what to do, I as mayor or us collectively as council. However, you know, if there was some desire for, you know, our expectations on that particular day, I just think between now and that day that it should come from council of, you know, more of a statement of our expectations, not that we can, you know, direct them to do or not to do something.
And thank you, Chair Martin. And I guess my question is for Mr. Grisel. So where are we at, just to clarify, I know that the last time we discussed it, we were talking about there was an issue regarding permits and someone wanting permits to do some t-shirts, but they were a local vendor. So I know that I received quite a bit of correspondence from people who did not support any vendor permits going out. So where are we with that, if we can just clarify?
Sure, through you, Chair Martin. So the community group that wanted to do that backed out, I think, the week after. So they said they didn't want any involvement. I believe there was still a church in the area that was thinking about it, but it's better just to not have anything kind of in that sense. So what we've done is we've looked at it, and the resolution tries to limit things as much as possible, so it would just be existing businesses that are there right now that would be operating.
Any further Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The marketing effort, I'm hoping that you're going to frame it, you know, sorry we're going to miss you, but we'll see you in August kind of thing, rather than shutting it down completely.
I see the CAO behind you nodding his head. I certainly hope that it's August, that we're free of COVID-19, hopefully by August, and that it can be a huge event.
Okay, does anyone wish to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Rabbits, seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, motions. We have no motions. Notice of motion. I have a notice of motion for next week that is printed in the agenda, and I've been advised by the clerk that I should just give some notice to potential change of language in there. I will speak to it in full next week, but the Simcoe Seals may have actually come across some funding for them. So if that is the case, they'll be waiting to hear about a funding announcement, therefore will not need funding from Norfolk County. However, they may need flexibility with paying the bill in November. So I'm just putting you all on notice about some different language in there, but the same motion will come forward next week, and I'll speak to it then. Councillor Van Passen, do you have a notice of motion? No? General announcements. Councillor Taylor.
The picnic tables were removed yesterday from the Linwood Arts Center and Kent Street, and I think that the downtown dining areas were a great success, and hopefully we can get a similar project rolling for next year.
Any other general announcements? No? Okay, may I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Michelli, all those in favor? And that's it. Thank you.